Okay, I just want to welcome everyone to the workshop on January 17th at noon. I just want to start with our welcome. As chair of the school board, it is my privilege to welcome you to this meeting of the School Board of Manatee County. Your presence and participation are an essential element and valuable part of school board meetings, workshops, and public hearings. To assist the school board in conducting the public's business in an orderly manner, we ask that you please adhere to the following school board meeting protocols. Please silence your cell phone and other electronic devices upon entering the school board chamber. That goes for our board members too. Please respect your fellow citizens and the school board by keeping conversation to a quiet minimum during the meeting. Please note that the capacity for attendance at the school board meetings is limited to the 75 seats inside the board chamber. In addition, there is a section in the back right-hand corner for wheelchair access and medically necessitated standing. And please refrain from clapping, booing, or speaking out from the audience or engaging in any other behavior that is disruptive to the business at hand. And with that, I'd love to begin. It looks up like our first part of our presentation is the Palmetto High campus drainage issues and potential solutions.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, deputies, CFO, attorneys. We're happy to be here today to talk about a problem that has existed at Palmetto High for quite some time. We've got some short-term and long-term solutions. I would like to turn it over to Mike Penley, the executive planner, and the engineer from Foley Caleric, John Foley, to go ahead and talk about those issues with you. And just so you know, we have a copy in the binder that's at your seat of all of the slideshows that we're going to go through today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and board members, Superintendent Saunders and others. It's well established that there is a drainage problem at Palmetto High. This is nothing new. It seems to occur not every 10 to 15 years, but every year, especially in the summer times. So it's a problem that we as the current staff and even staffs before us and you as a board have inherited. But it's incumbent upon us to try to resolve that flooding issue. So today we're going to present you with some background to let you know why the flooding is occurring, and also some options to correct the flooding. So, how did we get here? Let's talk about that. In the picture that you see here, north is oriented straight up. So east would be on the right-hand side of the slide, west on the left hand. The site in general drains, it sheet flows or drains through underground stormwater pipes in an east to west direction, so right to left on this slide. That's because the topography on the right hand or the east side is generally about 12 to 13 feet, and on the west side of the slide it's about 8 to 9 feet. So everything falls to the west, with a couple exceptions, which I'll talk about. Now, there are 3 ponds on the site. First pond I want to talk about is the one that is almost in the center of the slide, center of the picture, I'm sorry. And that is the easternmost pond. That pond was specifically built when we built the 2 adjacent buildings in the parking lot. That's buildings 10 and 11. So that's that is the exception to the water draining from a east to a west, because in that instance, those buildings drain back to that pond. So it's going the opposite direction. But everything else flows to the other 2 ponds. Now, that area right there does not have a flooding issue. And those are newer buildings. The 2 ponds that are on the western side are located between the football field and the baseball field, around the parking lot. Now those ponds are interconnected. They're interconnected underneath that parking area and drive, and they eventually disperse their water under 14th Avenue West through the outfall at that point. Once it's off-site, it continues flowing directly to Terracea Bay to the west. Now, I want you to understand something about these ponds, and as I go through this presentation, I want you to remember something. Those two ponds are designed for a 25-year high water level of 9.5 feet, 9.5 feet. Keep that in mind. That's going to be important in a few minutes. You need to understand why this is occurring. There's been a lot of construction on this campus over the years. It didn't happen all at once. And that's part of the problem. We've painted ourselves into a corner. There's been various modifications. This says over 50 years. It's actually probably closer to 60 plus years. And those modifications and additions were constructed under various codes. Now, the codes that I'm talking about here are the building code, which changes on a frequent basis. The flood zones, as well as swift mud regulations. In fact, the National Flood Insurance Program wasn't even in place when the school was built. It didn't come in place until 1968, and even then it took years for the National Geological Service to map all the flood zone areas. So they were doing the best they could when they built the original campus based on historic data, but there wasn't these stringent rules in place like there are right now to guide us. Swift mud came into existence in the mid-1980s, and they also regulate not only water use, but they regulate how you design on the site. With that said, all that has resulted in many different finished floor elevations around this campus. The older buildings, the core of the site, have a finished floor elevation of about 10.7 to 11 feet, whereas the newer buildings have finished floor elevations of 13.8 feet. Remember the pond design level for the 25-year high water mark, 9.5 feet. So if you have a building, the older building that is 10.7 feet finished floor elevation, don't have a lot of gravity fall there. I've taken the site plan and color-coded it to show you the different floor elevations, and they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think this one explains a lot. So I want you to think of this as if you're above the earth looking down in the deep blue sea. The darker the water, the deeper it is. In this instance, the darker the shade of blue, the lower the finished floor elevation is. You can see that area outlined in black. That's what I would refer to as the core of the campus. That's the original, some of the original buildings there. Those are buildings, my eyesight's not as good as it used to be, but they're buildings 6, 7, 8, and 9. And those are the ones that have a finished floor elevation between 10 and 10.9 feet. Generally, they're at 10.7. But as you look down into that deep blue sea and you start looking towards shore, you see it gets shallower. So you're beginning to see lighter blue. And as you move up from there, it gets even lighter. So what's happened is, as I said earlier, we've painted ourselves in a corner due to the regulations over the years, because these buildings weren't built at this elevation because it was a good idea. They were built because that was the code in place at the time. So there's a bowl here. How do you get water out of a bowl? Well, the only way is to drain it from the bottom unless you tip it over. So that will be presented in some of the options today as to how we get rid of the water out of this area. There are also some very, very low areas on the extreme southwest corner or bottom right corner around the baseball field. That's really not what we're focusing on here. The impacts that are significantly impacting the students are those that are right there in that core area. So let's talk about what floods. In order to do that, I'm going to jump back to that slide. So it's those buildings 5, 6, 7, and 8, and those are in that black outlined area. There's also a couple other ones, and they're adjacent to that area. Those are buildings 9, 13, and 19. Now, when I say the buildings flood, occasionally water does come inside, but the major impact, the ones that are impacting the students, is that the water fills up the area between the buildings and covers the sidewalks, so they have to walk through water to get into those classroom buildings. As I said, this didn't begin recently. It's been in place or been occurring since at least the 1970s. We've talked to community members. There's probably some in the audience here that can tell you how long it's been occurring. We have people in our office that went to school here in the 1970s, and they were walking through water at that time. It's not a new problem. I don't even know that it's gotten worse. It's just an ongoing problem that we need to resolve. Now, the flooding occurs during the summertime. There could be exceptions to that, but that's the majority of it. And when it occurs, it impacts the students in August and September, because that's when they've come back to school. And it's occurring then because we have day after day of rain. So these successive rainy days keeps those ponds filled up to the west. Remember, those are the ponds that everything drains to. The eastern pond is not the issue. When it does flood, it usually lasts about 30 minutes to 1 hour after the rain stops, and then the water is drawn down. And so I think here's the important question. Why does the flooding occur? Well, the first thing is the pond level that I talked about. It's in comparison to the building level or finished floor elevation levels. So those core building areas are at 10.7 feet. The pond 25-year design is at 9.5 feet. That water has to migrate through an underground stormwater system hundreds of feet to get to those stormwater ponds. And then it can't sheet flow because it's surrounded by higher elevation buildings. There's another contributing factor, and honestly, I can say I've never even heard of this. So it's almost it's awkward to say, but the stormwater pipes that take the water out of those core areas are actually designed for a 3-year storm event. Never heard of that. I mean, things are designed for 25-year, 100-year storm events, not 3 years. But those are old. Those pipes have been there forever. And then there's just not enough freeboard in those ponds. And by what I mean by freeboard is that area at that 9.5 foot level to where it drops down and that water drains off over a period of time. There's just not enough there to accommodate all the water from the majority of this campus. And the final reason here, and I'm going to ask John Foley to talk about this in more detail because it gets fairly technical, but there's the stormwater outlet that flows under 14th Avenue is really inefficient. The design was what was required, but those two stormwater ponds that are interconnected, that outfall through that one weir, are designed for a 120-hour drawdown. That means after a heavy rain, it's designed to sit there 5 days before that water draws down. Those are the major issues that we're facing. With that, I'd like to ask John to come up and talk to you about some of, not only that 120-hour freeboard, but also about the options that we've considered.
Good afternoon. I'm John Foley, I'm a professional engineer with Foley and Cleric, and I'm happy to be working with you on this today. I'm going to go back, to this slide for a moment. And as Mike said, the majority of the property drains to the west towards 14th. There's a big bus and car parking lot over there, a larger pond on the north side of it between the parking lot and the football field, and a smaller connected pond between the parking lot and the baseball field. Those ponds have 3 important numbers associated with them. The first is what's called the normal water level. And this is, on a typical day like today, if you were to drive out there, this is the elevation that the control structure keeps the water at in a dry event. That number is 6.5. The outfall structure has another number that's important, which is a treatment volume number. Those lakes go from elevation 6.5 to 7.75 in order to provide the treatment that the Water District, SWIFMUD, Southwest Florida Water Management District, and the other governing bodies feel is important to protect our waterways. So you're at 6.5, it starts to rain, the water gets up to 7.75, and at that point there's like a 4-foot wide weir to accept the additional water and bleed it off. But even then, if it's raining faster than that weir can take it, as Mike said, 25-year storm gets up to 9.5. The structure, the drain that takes the water from 7.75 down to 6.5 for this 20-something acre site is a 2.5-inch PVC pipe. So imagine the guy's out there, he's maintaining the lake. You got a 2.5-inch hole, and it controls how fast the water goes from 7.75 back down to 6.5. Not only that, but the hole is 2 foot underneath the water. Your guy trying to do the maintenance can't even tell if it's clogged without literally getting out there, pulling the grate off of the structure, and I guess maybe fiddling down there with a light to do it. So one of the important things that we think needs to happen is the structure that controls the water leaving the site needs to be modified. And the drain controlling the water going from 7.75 to 6.5 needs to be modified to make things happen quicker. So keep that in mind. And with that, I wanted to talk to you about some of the options that we looked at that we think would help you. You've got those slides in front of you. I'm going to keep the picture up so I can talk and maybe explain these instead of jumping back and forth. But if I get ahead of you, please just stop me and we'll jump in and talk about some other options or talk about them a little more carefully. The big issue right now is the lake stacking and the difference between the water during a heavy storm event in the lake and the water level or ground level in the older parts of the school. And so when we started looking at different things that could be done, one of the big things is to make the lakes bigger. It's a volume calculation when it rains. You've got the area of the lake times the depth of the lake, and right now it jumps from 6.5 to 9.5 in a storm event. So one of the things that you immediately look at is, well, if we make the lake area bigger, then it won't jump as high. If it doesn't jump as high, then the difference between the storm level in the lakes and the lower school elevations isn't as a severe issue. So one of the things that we took a good look at was how to possibly expand the lakes on the west side of the site. One of the things we looked at was taking the westerly pond and actually putting it, expanding it north into the area over by the football stadium. In other words, trying to take up some of that empty land around the football stadium and make additional lake there. So that was one of the options. Another was we were talking about the smaller lake between the parking lot and the baseball stadium, and we looked at the cost that might be involved if we decided to make that larger and relocate the baseball field. Both of those options are pretty expensive, $1.5 million, $2 million. Then we had a very good meeting with the Water Management District, and they said, why don't you lower the water level in the pond? And I've never heard that before, because typically the Water Management District's goal is to keep the groundwater elevations as high as they can. But in this case, what we did is we looked at the water level. Everything drains across 14th. It's a corrugated metal pipe, about the size I am. It's a pretty big pipe, and there's a ditch that goes west from there. We looked at the water level in the ditch versus the water level in the lake, and we feel like we could drop the lake level at 6.5. We think we can drop that down 1.5 feet to elevation 5. So that would be a big help, but in order to do that, you have to, again, it's a volume calculation, and so we would have to dig out the bottom of the lake also to keep that same amount of water in the lake area. But that option is about a $400,000 option, and one of the best options that we came up with. We also looked at taking the water, especially the buildings inside the black area, hooking up those to a series of roof drains, and taking that water to someplace other than those westerly lakes. Maybe since it's roof drain, we could hook it up to the easterly lake. Because we wouldn't be going through an underground system. It would be roof drains hooking up to it. We looked at some specific areas with the folks at the school. Buildings 12, 13, and 14, which are in the heart of the middle area, this low area. We looked at grading down the grass areas in between. What happens is you're walking from building to building. You step out the building, you step onto a covered walkway. And covered walkway is probably 5 or 6 inches lower than the building finish floor. Well, what's happened over time is the grass areas on either side of the covered walkway, they've grown up. So now the covered walkway is the low elevation. So we looked at the possibility of coming back into those narrow strips of land, abutting those covered walkways, digging that area down, regrading it, regrassing it, so that that grass area is lower than the walkway. That's about $100,000 worth of work. We looked at a few more options that were a little more exotic. One of the things that's becoming very popular, and the city of Palmetto has it in several areas. In front of my office on 5th is one, and that's they're using paver brick parking, pervious parking, instead of traditional base and asphalt that's impervious. The parking lot on between these two ponds on the west side is not in great shape, and we looked at the possibility of taking not so much the driveways, keep those asphalt, but the physical parking spaces, taking those out and replacing them with pervious material to allow water to soak directly into the ground instead of going to the stormwater pond. That option is presented here. We also took some specific looks at a lot of areas around some buildings where we've got some drainage issues. Probably the worst flooding at the covered walkway was at buildings 13 and 14. And what we've got there is we've got an area by building 12 where they've come in and they put in a lot of paved area that's really not needed. That sheet flows towards the covered walkway instead of away from it. So one of the items that we would be wanting to do is to redirect that drainage to keep it from heading towards the covered walkway, and again, affecting the students trying to get between buildings. We looked at things to reduce the amount of runoff coming to the ponds, like there was some portables out there that we could take up to, again, reduce impervious area. And then we took a hard look at, what probably, it may not be this year, may not be 5 years, but somewhere down the road, that all those buildings in that black envelope, they're really going to need to come down. And obviously, when that time comes, we're going to recommend that you come in with a building, maybe multi-stories with a smaller footprint, and obviously at a couple of foot higher elevation. That option's presented here as about a $25 million hit, so it's a lot of money. And then we also looked at some underground pumping scenarios where maybe you might come into a few of the open courtyard areas, put in a below ground vault, actually have water drain into those and pump them out, after the storm instead of having it go to the pond directly during the storm. So those were some of the options that we looked at. But if I could, I'm going to get you to our recommended options. And the recommended options, the first being the most important in my mind, is to take Swift Mud up on their offer to lower the lake level on those westerly ponds. It's something that is achievable without too much disruption to the school campus. 1.5 foot difference in elevation out there when you've only got a foot right now. To go from a foot difference to 2.5 foot difference will be a tremendous help. We feel like it won't cure every problem, but we feel like it will go a long way towards solving some of your problems. And as I said, part of that will be to modify the discharge structure so we no longer have this 2.5-inch hole controlling how 75% of that pond drains. The other thing that we would like to do is I talked for a few seconds about the drainage at building 14, and I'll just go back to it real quick. The drainage at building 14, redirecting the paving that's there, maybe even taking out some of the paving that's around that building, and regrading that area so the covered walkways between buildings 13, 14, and those to the south is again a high point and not an area right now where water sheet flowing onto the covered walkway. We do think there are several courtyard areas that over time, the sod builds up. All of a sudden, instead of being lower than the sidewalk, they're higher. We do think you should come into those areas, regrade them. It's a minimal cost, but it will make a big impact having the low area off the sidewalk instead of having the low area on the sidewalk where the kids are walking. And last is more of a maintenance issue. You have some of these buildings are so old they didn't have restrooms in them. There's restroom buildings between them. And what you have is you'll have a long corridor of buildings, a walkway, about a 1.5 2 foot wide strip between these restroom buildings, and then the other thing. The 2.5 foot wide strip, it's shaded, so nothing grows there, and it just fills up with water and stays. So I think those areas need to come in, have some concrete poured in there to fill them. It'll be a maintenance issue that will go away by doing that. And it's a small add, but it will make maintenance easier. And again, you won't have standing water right there where the kids are trying to get to use the restrooms. So those are the options that we would recommend short term. We also have a long-term recommendation, and I said that recommendation is to consider sooner or later that you need to come into this campus and take some of these older buildings down. I don't know if anyone, well, I'm sure the school district does an assessment of these and what their useful life is, but they've got to be getting close to the end of it. So with that, I'll step down and we'll let Jane take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I don't see any speaker buttons lit up. Is there anyone that has a question at the moment? Reverend Golden.
I do. The 2.5-inch pipe that drains all of the water ineffectively from the campus out to the lake, was it always ineffective, or is there a relationship between the construction over the years that made it less and less effective to get rid of the water? That's my first question.
Reverend Golden, that structure that's there now is not the same structure that's been there from day one. I believe that structure was put in with the addition to would have that been the auditorium? So I believe that structure was put in when the auditorium was constructed.
The structure, you're talking about the 2.5-inch
Yes, sir.
pipe.
Yes, sir.
So before that, we had a worse problem, we didn't have a problem. I'm just trying to figure out how we got to where we now must choose between short-term solutions and a $25 million new building that would make it all go away.
I think, my opinion is you've always had an issue. That structure made it worse.
Okay. Now, we do the short-term solutions, we spend $1 million or $1.5 million. How much time does that buy us before we're right back where we started from? With the flooding and
If we had a crystal ball, we still know that this is a complex problem for which there's no singular solution, which is why we looked at all of the, what did you call them, crazy outside of the box, and then tried to predict how effective that particular option would be.
let me tell you how I feel. Just, you see, you're asking me to try to make a decision that I'm not equipped to make, because these are engineering and mathematical calculations that are designed to solve a problem that has been long-standing for generations. And so I'm trying to deal with how can we put enough money into this so that the next board is not here 10 years from now or 15 years from now. Do you all have any, I know you got the short-term recommendations, but just by definition, that's short-term. Is there any permanent solution to alleviating the problems that we have other than
Yes, sir. I
a
think
$25 million new school?
I think the permanent solution is to raise those older buildings and reconstruct that area of the campus. And when you do that, you're gonna see those finished floor elevations go up similar to the elevations around it to the east. And all of a sudden, those floors and that ground's gonna be up at elevation 13 instead of down at elevation 10 and a half.
So the long-term solution is the permanent solution.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And maybe
Yes.
we were misleading. We meant short-term solution is something that we can do right now immediately that will, in our opinion, mitigate the problem. Won't completely fix it, but we feel like doing some of those things will be pretty effective in keeping that flooding from happening.
Hold on. Are you saying to really solve the problem, we're gonna have to do both? Is that the recommendation that I'm hearing, that we are?
Yes.
Okay, see, I want to be clear, we're really looking at.
Yes,
a
changing the
comprehensive-
elevations for the ponds, we'd like to keep it that way when we, eventually, if you all decide that a new wing there is appropriate, we would keep that additional volume in those lakes.
So this isn't really short-term, long-term, this is first.
Something we can do today.
Baby steps and big
This
steps.
is
Yeah.
first step.
Yes, sir.
First step,
But
second
I
step.
think,
Yeah.
I think lowering that pond level is,
A no-brainer.
it should be done whether you're gonna redo the campus tomorrow. We should still do that.
Thank you.
I have someone signed up to speak already, Mr. Minor, if you don't mind. Dr. Hopes?
Thank you. If I could have the engineer back up also. Would you happen to have a slide of the change in the flood zone for that area that was in the engineering report?
We don't have that slide, but if you're familiar with the slide, you know it goes
Right.
all the way up to 14th. And
Right.
if you look at it, it actually stops right there. The road almost serves as a dam.
Right. Okay, so let's if you could put the site plan back up, and I'm going to tee off of because Reverend Golden was going where I was going to go, and that is how I understand it is we have two issues. One is we have a campus drainage issue with regards to capacity of the drainage ponds and then the outflow. Regardless of what we do, we have a campus drainage problem, and you have presented myriad of solutions. One is obviously lowering the level in the western ponds and enlarging the outflow plumbing, so to speak, correct? And then the other issue is this bowl effect, as Mr. Penley mentioned, where we have the original buildings are at a much lower elevation than everything was built around it. So we really do, as Reverend Golden was sort of leading us, we can deal with the campus drainage issue immediately and begin that work. The aspect of buildings, whatever, 12 or 9 through 14, when were those buildings built?
The 60s.
Okay, so they were built in the 60s, and help me if you can, what academic areas are currently taught in those buildings that were built in the 60s?
Carl Ackerman is here. He could probably address that a little better than I could, but
Okay.
one of the things we did was we toured the campus to look at updating their science labs.
You can,
And there were quite a few science labs in those wings.
Mr. Ackerman.
Those classrooms are primarily math, science, some reading classes, but primarily those subjects.
So STEM, because
Foreign language is in there as well.
okay, so where I was going with it is taking into account the academic mission of those facilities, because I thought I recalled that Palmetto was like number 2 on our list to renovate the science laboratories. And so fortunately, we didn't renovate those buildings, okay, which we've had that conversation. So we've got a pretty important academic mission that is located in these buildings where you need a kayak to get to it during, when I pulled up the rainfall, basically it's like April through September, where you have a majority of the days in the month it rains in Palmetto. And it goes from something like I don't know, 3 inches to like 6 inches, which is a considerable amount of water. So do we know how many student stations we currently use in those buildings?
I think we said 18 classrooms total in
At
6,
25
7, and 8,
per class.
Sounds about right, I would say 18.
18 to 20.
Okay.
Four buildings.
So we have a situation where, I mean, I suspect my colleagues will agree. I mean, we've got a campus drainage solution, and that is something that we need to address. But one of the purposes of having a workshop like this is to have these conversations and to think through, from a strategic perspective, our capital planning. We have our only ACE high school at Palmetto High School, which is one of, by far, it's one of our crown programs in this district. You're telling me that a majority of STEM classes are taught in these buildings that were built in the 60s. And so from that perspective, I mean, the direction that I'm thinking is, and the decisions that we need to make are twofold, and it needs to be a campus solution. And that would include raising those buildings, as well as proceeding expeditiously with the campus drainage work. How far have we gotten when you bring up the $25 million price tag for raising those buildings and replacing them? What are we thinking with regards to the total project cost over, I'm assuming it's probably a 2-year period of time for design, construction? Are we talking 27 million? Are we talking 30 million?
We still have to develop a scope for that. We did a $25 million placeholder for the total construction project, the total project budget.
With or without the campus drainage fixes?
Without, we
Okay,
did them
without.
as two. The
So
steps
do you
in the-
think, based on the numbers you had here with regards to the underground drainage, the dredging that would have to occur, 2 million might cover it?
For the immediate,
For the immediate campus drainage solutions that you've presented?
we included it in the capital for 1,020,000.
Okay, so.
Because we actually got hard pricing from a construction manager for the solutions that we presented today.
Okay. As the principal of this should-be flagship campus, what would your recommendation be to the board if we are going to hold you to a higher standard of academic excellence in the sciences, math, foreign language, which do not require school district-issued swimsuits and rubber boots?
I say give us the building.
Okay.
That'd be my take on it. I mean, these are buildings that were built in the 60s, especially when you look at some of the new safety and security mandates and things like that. It's a struggle to get in line with those. It certainly would be a benefit to have a new building for those reasons, and then just from the aesthetics piece of it alone would be huge.
Well, I care about the academic mission. I
Of
appreciate
course,
the aesthetics.
but overall, I mean, just overall, obviously, the academics goes with that and what comes along with it.
So, members, my thing is, I don't want to be the board that delays or passes or kicks the can, or however you want to refer to this. My recommendation is the discussion is about what do we need to incorporate into our, hopefully what comes out of this meeting is a revised capital improvement plan, which includes raising as many of the buildings that are below an appropriate elevation as possible and concentrating them in a very efficient, state-of-the-art center for the sciences, basically. Basically, it could be a STEM building which incorporated the core ACE programs and then your other sciences and the like. And in addition to move forward with the campus drainage solutions that have been recommended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to apologize to you and the board for my not being able to be here. I was across the street in the hospital in a matter, and but I apologize. This is very important to me. I come from the perspective we have great buildings. They do have some out-of-dateness to them, but I think the focus in all of our campuses, existing in the future, should be a study of how much, rainfall, any sources of water, coming to the campus, and our ability to, properly move it off the campus. And I thought I mentioned at some point having some kind of report, how much water can we expect, and I appreciate Board Member Hope's, looking into the rainfall during that 6 month, period. But understanding how much rainfall is coming down on this area, and our capacity, to promptly, move it, off it. And I'm not aware of any study along that line. Maybe it's, my just ignorance about it, but it doesn't seem like we've, looked at that carefully. The Mr. Wagner, Deputy Superintendent, Wagner let me look at some topography, maps, and when we're, talking about wit, and we're talking about SUGs, and one reaction that I had to them is that basically, the land was flat in both. With wit, there's a little bit of a tip going westward, but we have flat lands. How do we move that water off the flat lands? And we ought to be thinking about that before we, build things. And I'm not aware of the thinking that has gone into that. And, okay, we spend money elevating the first floor of these buildings. Well, you still have to get to the buildings. It's going to, affect, other areas of the campus. As soon as we build something, be it a school, be it a new SUGS, and we take away, portions of a campus that otherwise would absorb water, we make it, more flood worthy. And I'm not aware of the thinking that has gone into when we construct something, an approach of, well, where is the water going to go? And I think it's obvious to everybody in this room, we hadn't really done, the job of thinking it through for where, and that's why we're, suffering the situation that we have now. Anyway, that's my take on this whole thing, and I don't know if we have, figures. Maybe it was spoken before I came in here. How much, water is coming in there, every day on average that we can expect, and what capacity do we have, for moving it off? If whatever that capacity is, how much, how do we increase that capacity, that speed of that capacity, so we're not spending money, elevating buildings. And so that's my little talk. Maybe you got some answers to my concern.
I think I have a couple. Before you got here, we talked about when SwiftMud came into existence. So SwiftMud, when they came into existence, we have to retain the water on our sites. So everything since 1984, we now have to provide those retention ponds. So everything after that point has those considerations. But SUG was built prior to that, so SUG's site doesn't take any of that into account. Mike, do you want to talk about the other?
Let me add a little bit here. There's very stringent reviews that are required as you go through a site development. And one of the things that I heard you say was that you'd like to see what we can do to increase the discharge rate of water leaving the site. You can't do that. That's against all the regulations. In fact, many times we have to slow it down. But there's no instance that I'm aware of where we would be allowed to increase the flow off-site because it could potentially increase flooding downstream. So a lot of times what we'll do is, depending on what regulation we're working in and what water basin we're working in, you will actually have to cut that by maybe 1/2 of the flow that's leaving the site. So let's say you had 2,000 gallons flowing through a swell before, 2,000 gallons an hour flowing through a swell before development. Well, now we might have to slow it down to 1,000 gallons an hour. So it's just not something that we're allowed to do. It's not just us, it's everybody. That's the regulations that are in effect.
Where ultimately is this water going?
That water goes to Terracea Bay.
Okay. And we're concerned about, or Swift Mud's concerned about raising the level of Terracea Bay?
No, Swift Mud's actually offered us a solution that you weren't here at the time, but John Foley said he'd never heard of before, nor have I, because they're actually going to allow us to increase the flow off of site in this instance. That's not something that happens. They're going to allow us to lower the stormwater pond and open up the drainage structure so that what I would call the bleed off, which is right now at 120 hours, meaning that it's going to drop like 1.5 feet, 1.7 feet over 5 days. Now it's going to drop a lot faster. And that gives us extra capacity on the site.
Okay, well, that's kind of, climbing into what I'm talking about. Swift Woods would say, well, a position that we don't care if you get flooded, we don't want to have more money going into the bay or more water going into the bay. It just seems, absurd. And it sounds like they recognize it is absurd too, and we're taking steps to take advantage of their recognition of that. That's basically where we are. Now, with this increased insight on the part of Swift Mud, why can't we get it to the capacity of drainage that we don't have to spend the money on, raising classrooms up above, what is, flooding right now?
Because of the way the buildings are built, and again, this was before you got here, but if you'd go back to that one slide that's color-coded, those buildings that are in this slide right here, outlined in black, and the ones immediately around it, those set at the lowest level on this entire site. And all the buildings around it are newer buildings. So those were the original buildings built back during the 60s, so they're in a bowl. And it's just...
The regulations changed on finished floor, what they will allow your finished floor to be.
Yeah.
Over time, that has gotten higher and higher.
Yeah, so we've developed a bowl here, and even if we added more retention, that doesn't necessarily mean we can get the water over to, from this area over to that area fast enough. That's why the long-term solution here would be a new classroom wing.
Well, I'm not buying that. Okay, we got a bowl, we got water going there, and the idea is to find a way to, get it out of the bowl. We've had a lot of construction, I think I mentioned at some meeting about, on the football field. Well, the water's coming off, and we go into the visitor's side where we have the men's and women's, and I've seen, bubbling up and through the drainage of water coming up, and if you're on the football field, well, it's going to slant down, the water's going to go there. It's planned flooding and planned, backup. Now, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it seems like if we got a bowl, okay, we're sort of cornering the water, and why can't we get that out of there, quicker?
Can I
Yeah.
interject? Mr. Minor, we had a
Okay.
lengthy presentation about this, and I'm sorry that I don't know what has happened.
Okay, I'll talk with
Can
them
I s-
later,
I was
but
gonna
that's my
suggest,
question.
Can you set up a meeting with them so that
Sure.
you can get some of this information? Because I know that Mr. Kennedy also has some questions, and I have some.
Okay, well,
things
thank
to
you
get
very
to.
much. If you can work on that, that's my question.
Mr. Kennedy.
All right, I'll make this quick. As long as we're on the bowl, I guess I'll go back to that, Mike. So, Mike, don't go anywhere. Stay here 1 second. As it is now, where is the water from the area that's inside the black outline? Where is that water going now? It's going west, or it's going to the?
It goes west to the retention ponds between football and baseball fields.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the same site plan that we're looking at, sorry, let me go to the long-term. On the long-term option, it says raise buildings 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, and 32. But down at the bottom, building 5, I believe that's the cafeteria building, right? So in that long-term recommendation, it doesn't include building 5. Is there a reason for that?
I think that's a typo.
Oh, so 5 should be there
Yeah,
on that list. Okay.
and we talked about the logistics of somehow removing the cafeteria. It's gonna be a logistical thing to try to build the classroom wing back where these buildings are so that the campus is not even further spread out than it currently is. And we just weren't sure of the logistics.
And another thing, and I don't think John mentioned this, but we also looked at the finished floor elevations of these buildings compared to the ceiling height to see if we could go in and actually
Fill it.
raise, pour another slab on top of slab and raise that finished floor elevation up several feet and then fill in around the site. Problem is the ceiling heights are so low. Now, I don't know about the cafeteria. Maybe
Same.
something's possible there. It's the
Same.
same. But Jane or I, neither one are real tall people, and she can touch the ceiling in some of those.
Yeah.
So, it's just not a.
These
I mean,
were these were
we've
before air
really-
conditioning.
Yeah, we've really, we said, let's not have any preconceived notions here. Let's consider everything,
Everything.
even if it's crazy talk. So that's what we did, and some of the crazy talk's not being presented to you because it's crazy talk.
Well, it was just presented, but,
Yeah.
it's acknowledged it was crazy, so there you go.
One more thing.
Yep.
It's already been touched on, but this is kind of as Mr. Foley put it, kind of baby steps and then big steps. So on the first of the immediate plan recommendations is basically digging out the western retention pond to get that additional 1.5 feet. And then, Mr. Foley, are you still, oh, there he is. You refer to modifying the discharge structure.
Yes.
Is that the second item listed, or is that in addition to this first item,
That item's part of the first item.
part of the first one? Okay. But that's included in the 415,000? Okay, great. All right, just to conclude, I think Dr. Hopes has already said it pretty well. To build a kind of state-of-the-art academic facility in the middle of campus there is really what we're after. And with the, a lot of the one town, one team group is here, and a lot of that conversation has been about how do we attract, top performing academic kids to campus, in addition to some of the other amenities around the baseball stadium and the other stuff. So I personally, I think the academic aspect of this is, not to dismiss some of your needs back there, but I think this academic facility is a higher priority than the baseball field, for example. So I just want to concur with what Dr.
I
Hopes
like
said.
baseball, though.
And,
I love baseball.
Madam Chairman, may I just say something? I think what I heard you say is that you're supportive of the concept of a replacement for all those buildings, but you're also supportive of the short-term solution? Because
Yes, you heard right.
that needs to be done regardless.
Yeah.
I think the benefit of being the chair is getting to hear what everyone else has kind of already had to say, but I'm grateful that I'm hearing that there's enough support to move forward with the recommendations that are here, including creating a new building to support the Palmetto community. I do hope that when we get to the capital planning portion, that we can find a pathway forward to do that as quickly as possible. Because I think we have, as a board and as a district, have made a commitment to Palmetto, and Cynthia and I talked about this, I'm sorry, Mrs. Saunders and I talked about this yesterday in our meeting, that we've made this commitment to Palmetto, and we want to make sure we stick to that commitment for Palmetto. And to me, the only way we get that done is to do this long-range option, and I think that's what I'm hearing from a significant amount of the board. And so I hope that we are prepared to add that to our plan, edit our plan today or moving forward, so that we can make sure that that happens. And with that, Madam Superintendent, I saw you had something to say.
I just have one other point for Palmetto that wasn't on here, but we've talked about. Any of you that have gone to the football games and you've attended the restrooms, I think they were also built in the 1960s. I do recommend, and I know with Mr. Henson who's there, we have some other solutions we can do that we've discovered with new facility type buildings. I would like us to at least look at the cost of replacing. There's no really, we need to look at the restrooms as well. And I mean, that's just my suggestion.
I like it. Reverend Golden.
Madam Chair, I just want to be sure that we don't wind up 2 years from now having to redraw or redesign or reconfigure because now we're ready to go forward with the new enhanced academic capacity at Palmetto. I would like for us to start now designing what we're designing to accommodate the long-term solution and includes and incorporates the immediate concerns. In other words, I don't like this short-term, long-term. I want an integrated solution that gets us to where we all agree that we probably want to be 2 or 3 years from now. That's a new facility that's state-of-the-art and that incorporates the immediate concerns that we have right now, so that we don't come back a year and a half from now saying, well, we put this in because it was an immediate solution, but now because we're ready to go forward, we now have to modify that. That to me is wasting money. So can we get there from here today?
The answer to that is yes. Madam Chairman, if I...
Yes,
sorry.
please.
Yeah, we will take that into consideration, but I would ask you to not be surprised if, when we come back with the new building, if there's additional retention, because the retention, the short-term solution will still work, okay? It will still work to drain the campus, but we may want to consider things like pushing the water. Now we go back to the east because we have some land over there as well. Remember that building 10 and 11, that drains to the east. So we might want to, so don't be surprised if we come back and say, okay, here's more retention.
We're just saying the same thing different ways.
Yes, okay.
What I'm asking you to do is that when you come back with that design, that it incorporates this idea.
Yeah, we're not going to be stepping on the initial design.
Right, I want it to be clear that we can get there, all the way there, from what you bring us right now, that we won't have to do additional design or do additional configurations to accommodate a new idea. And maybe that's my last question. Are the ideas we are hearing today the ideas that we need to get from today to the finish of this project? Is there any foreseeable part of this that we are not able to like maybe a change in Swift Mud, saying, well, we no longer think that you can do what we said you would do last year? Any regulatory changes? Anything that's going to pop up that's going to cost us an unexpected $1 million or so?
I would take advantage of Swift Mud's very generous offer to do this baby steps, the short term, and do that now.
Okay.
And we did have a pre-application conference. John and I were pre-apping with Swift Mud, and they actually put that in writing, that that's an option for us.
It would.
Would they change it? I guess it's always possible.
And
I
if-
can't predict, but, oh, sorry, John. Yeah, And John just pointed out that they looked at this as a safety issue as well. And probably doesn't hurt that one of the primary people at Swiftmud, his son goes to this school. So that, I think he's familiar with it.
Okay,
I like it.
okay.
Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we should take into consideration as we look at the academic mission, some time ago we had discussions with USF Sarasota Manatee about a collegiate program up in Palmetto. Then we had a team from USF Tampa as well as USF Sarasota Manatee go to Parrish to the new high school. And one of their comments was that kind of because we've been building to the classroom amendment size, that the classrooms in the new high school weren't large enough for them to bring like a pre-medical science program and things like that. So I would ask that we perhaps look at that again, so when we're building this new academic building, that we design those classrooms with the future also in mind of being able to offer, because we have many students in Palmetto and the Parrish area that cross the Skyway to go to USF St. Pete to take courses up there, that may be able to take some of those courses here in this new building if we build it so that the classrooms can accommodate the 40 or 50 students that they were talking about they would want. So if we could take that into consideration as we're looking at the academic planning for it. Because even with our dual enrollment, if they're used to teaching biology, to these larger number of students, we might be able to accommodate it that way as well. Thank you.
I really want to stay on our schedule, but I have one comment to make after something that was said about retention ponds to the east. My biggest concern is Palmetto High has a wonderful ag program, and I don't want to do anything that's going to be a detriment to the ag program. So if you come back with a plan for more retention ponds, I would expect that there is a plan for the ag program to further support the ag program there. Okay, thank you. I think with that, let's move on to our next topic, which is SUG Middle School Replacement Project Solar Feasibility Study.
Correct. So we have hired Brett Sands with TLC Architecture. He was the electrical engineer for the Mona Jane Middle School, and he's here to walk you through the solar options for the new SUG Middle School, which is the Mona Jane prototype.
I just want to thank Commissioner Trace for coming, and I'd also like to thank Mayor Gruber Bryant for coming today. Thank you very much, guys, for being here.
Brett, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. As Jane said, I'm an electrical engineer with TLC Engineering Solutions. And what we'd like to talk about today is an initial look at an option to utilize one source of renewable energy, which is PV. Now I'm going to have to get my education on. Moving the slide ahead. There we go. So what is PV? PV is photovoltaics. It's one of a type of renewable energy source. Initially, it started to be used by NASA in the 1950s, saw rapid growth for other remote sources, and really saw more rapid growth in the 1900s and the 2000s. What is the source really of, and let me take just a moment to tell you a little bit about what I'd like to do today is give you an overview of the parameters, the basics of this type of a system, what those parameters are, what the design parameters are, that we then have to take and use to look at the potential for using it on the WD SUG Middle School project. So that's the kind of the steps we're going to walk through. The heart of the system, as I mentioned, is the solar cell, and that's really made up of a semiconductor. And that semiconductor simply can take direct sunlight and converts it to DC electricity. And the physics part of that is that when that sunlight hits that semiconductor, it releases an electron. And once you connect a load to that, then it starts a current flow. It starts electricity flowing. You take many of those cells and connect them together, and you start to generate power. So, and as I said, we take that solar cell, we connect them together in series in a circuit, what we call a module. We take that module and put it into a panel, and that becomes what you've seen on homes, possibly is a PV panel. You take that panel and you use multiple panels and you create a solar array. Could be used in something like a simple rooftop system that you see in the upper left, a rooftop array, or at the bottom, a larger commercial type array, or in the upper right-hand corner, very extremely large systems that a utility company might construct. I wanted to touch on a few typical terms that when we're talking about photovoltaics. The panels themselves are rated, as I mentioned, the panels create DC electricity, similar to to the type of electricity that you get from a battery. So that's DC electricity. That's how that panel is rated. So when you hear of the rating in watts of a panel, that's in terms of the peak amount of power that panel can produce in DC watts. The other term that's sometimes misunderstood is the second item I have on here is insolation. Insolation talks about the amount of energy from the sun that we can get in any particular part of really the world. And to graphically show you what that means is, looking at this map, the brighter orange and darker red colors are areas that over time have the greatest available sunlight to use for a photovoltaic system. So you can see in Florida there are areas there that are approaching that darker orange, darker color. But even though Florida is known as the Sunshine State, there are areas out in the southwest part of the country that have a greater efficiency of available sunlight. And that's taking into account the environment, the weather, and all other conditions that provide usable, effective sunlight at the ground that we can use. So just to explain that term, we wanted to make sure we talked about that. So how do we predict, or how do we predict the performance of a PV system? What we base our data on is available through the U.S. Department of Energy. They've developed a modeling software that they call SAM, the System Advisor Model. That's the software that we use, and as I present the information for SUG, that's the modeling software that we used. How do we optimize the performance? As you often hear realtors say, location, location, location. We're also very concerned, and it's critical for us to understand where we're placing the array, not only where physically, but exactly how it's placed on the site. So we're going to talk about these 3 points just really briefly: shading, tilt angle, and azimuth angle. Shading and having a clear angle view of the sun is very important, as it might seem obvious, but how important and how critical that is displayed somewhat in the upper right. Even a very, very small portion of shade on a solar system can greatly reduce the efficiency and the performance of the system. So shading is just something to keep in mind, that it's very critical that we have a good view of the sun. That we take into account the tilt angle of the panel, understanding that the sun in the winter is low in the sky, and in the summer is high in the sky, and it changes position during the day. So we look at an optimum angle to place that panel so that we're getting, we're getting as much performance out of that panel as we can get, that we're gathering as much sunlight as we can. The other angle we're concerned about is azimuth. As I said, in this part of the world, we're looking south, so we have to make sure that we're directing the photovoltaic system towards the south. How do we overcome limitations that are placed on having a fixed system? The simple answer to that is we move the array. We move the array to follow the sun, and whether it's changes in season or changes in the location of the sun every day. So one of the things we will do, and I'll show that a little later for this project, we'll also look at evaluating it if we were to use what is called a tracking type array, where we can automatically track the location of the sun during the day, and the panels will rotate accordingly. So that's another performance factor. The configurations of the array are what the term that we use to talk about the configuration is typically standalone and grid connected. In the early days of photovoltaics, standalone systems were predominantly used, I guess I would say. If you think of outer space as being off the grid, that was where NASA was the primary developer of early photovoltaics, and they were using it for things like satellites. Later, it became more began to be used more in things like remote site locations where they needed a limited amount of power. So, wanted to explain that only to say that what we're concentrating on for this project is what we would call grid connected. We are interacting with the utility company by interconnecting our array with their grid, so that when we need power, when we have power available to use from the array, we use it. But when we don't have the available power from the array, we can use the grid. So that's the concept with the grid connected. I believe we have some folks from FPL here today that are going to talk a little bit more about that net metering agreement. We have to establish an agreement with the utility company when we provide a utility power source on the site. Felt this would be a good time to mention our goal here is to provide energy, offset the amount of energy that we're using for a particular building. It's not to provide power exactly when it's needed at what I'd call a peak load, but it's to provide power to offset the amount of energy you're using over a period of time. So we would typically look at your annual energy usage, how much of that energy can we offset or make up for. So to go back to the system configuration, what you see on the right portion of that diagram is what your buildings typically look like. You have utility power coming off an overhead line, going to your meter, and then into the power source of the panel inside the building. What's shown on the left side of that diagram is your array. And remember, I mentioned we create DC power, so we need what's called an inverter that converts that DC power to AC power, and that is then fed directly into your building. We're connected to the grid, so we're feeding power in, and the utility is feeding power in. As long as we can make use of our power, we make use of it. When we need more power, we utilize what's being used on the grid. Now, on the chance that we're creating more power than what we need, that's why we need that metering agreement with the utility company, because they provide, through that agreement, we are then able to provide power back into the grid if we have excess power. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. That's the configuration we're looking for. So here are the major components. This is a diagram of a small commercial system with the multiple diagrams that are required for that system. But what I wanted to, again, go over was the major components. So we've talked about the module or the PV panel. We've talked about, again, that the device to convert direct current to AC power so that we can actually utilize it in the building. We'll talk about this a little bit more with SUG. The various mounting configurations, whether we mount the system on the ground, whether we mount it on the top of the building, on the roof. There are a number of considerations that have to be made, exactly what that hardware and what the structures are that are involved in to mount that, to keep it secure, to mount it again. I talked about at the proper angle and the proper orientation. All right. Efficiencies, cost, and maintenance. We have the efficiencies of photovoltaic systems and the costs have improved rapidly over the past 10 to 20 years. But as you can see, number one, from the efficiencies, the amount of energy that's really available from the sun and what we're able to take from that and actually convert it to usable power, we're still only at about 15 to 20% of what that system can truly convert into power. And that's just across the industry. As technology improves and the efficiency of those systems improves, we will continue to see those numbers increase. The costs of the system, I show these to you. Again, wanted to point out that those costs continue to decrease even over just the past 5 years. Have continued to decrease over the past 5 years. These are the numbers that we will use. These will make a little bit more sense as we go into to actually looking at the system on SUG. I wanted to also mention one other thing, which was maintenance. The photovoltaic systems don't have any moving mechanical parts. As I explained, the PV panels are fairly maintenance-free. We recognize that they're out in the open. There's potential for damage from storms, things that we cannot necessarily predict. There are electronics involved. The inverter is an electronic type device. But what we would typically expect is minimal maintenance on these systems. The manufacturers do provide a performance warranty typically for 25 years. So we would expect a 25-year life out of these systems in most cases. How we typically, when you hear the sizing of a photovoltaic system described, you'll usually hear it in two different ways. One is, and as I mentioned, the panels, the system itself is rated in terms of the DC output. So the amount of direct current that panel can produce. And then taking that and again, we convert that into AC power so we can actually use it. So that's one way you'll hear a system rated. The other way that you'll hear the system rated is in terms of the energy produced in kilowatt hours. So a kilowatt hour is 1,000 watts used over an hour. And normally what we're looking at is the amount of power that you're using in a building in kilowatt hours, and it's the number that you'll see on your own home your own home utility bill, the amount of watts that you're using over a period of time. So that's the other way that you see a system rated, and you'll see that we'll use that later when we talk about SUG. Okay, now let's talk about SUG Middle School. We talked about all these parameters: location, the building orientation, the configuration, the roof configuration, and how we mount those. A few things here at the bottom that I highlighted that we did not talk about are the utility and the Public Service Commission do still apply limitations to these systems. And again, these are things that our friends from FPL can talk about a little bit more later. But there are limitations that restrict us from producing too much power onto their grid. We also understand that you as a board have talked about the concept of net zero. And that net zero concept, we're going to talk about that a little bit more, but how we look at, again, not in instantaneous moments, but over time, how much energy can we introduce back into the system that we've already used? Okay, so this is the concept, an early concept of the site for Sugg Middle School. And as you're looking at the plan, north is straight up. So in that southwest corner, what we've discussed is a potential location for a photovoltaic array mounted on the ground. There are a few considerations that we'd have to consider. The first is that in the proposed phasing of the project, the new building is built and the existing building has to remain in place. So as you can see, that area that we're proposing for the array on the ground would in other words, the array would have to wait to be installed until after the existing building is demolished. The other item that I wanted to point out was there's a fairly nice grove of trees in that southwest corner. And as you heard me say earlier, shading is very critical to the performance of an array. So in order to have that array perform at its optimum, we would have to remove pretty much the majority of those trees. So two things just to consider there on the site. The other potential for an array location is on the roof from the site plan. And then if we look a little bit closer at the roof and the orientation, there are some varying roof levels there. And if you think about changing heights in a roof, then you're creating shading. And again, we'd have to be aware of avoiding those areas where we're going to create shade at certain times of the day. But this is potentially the area that we would be using. There are, as I said earlier, there are many considerations that have to be taken into account for mounting. This is primarily a building with a flat roof. So we would have to add additional structures there to get the optimum angle and the proper orientation of the panels. As I believe most of you know, this school is the Mona Jane Middle School is being used as the prototype for this school. So what we did was to better be able to predict what type of energy we need, we looked at Mona Jane, and although it's only been open a short period of time, we were fairly comfortable with looking at these numbers. So these numbers are telling me the amount of energy that we predict that we're going to be using in this new middle school. About 2.4 million kilowatt hours per year. So what does that really mean? I tried to put that in a little perspective, and I even checked my own utility bills to see how accurate this number was. A typical home, say 3-bedroom or so, about 2,500 square foot home, uses about 10,700 kilowatt hours per year. So to put that in perspective, your new middle school would be using about 2.4 million kilowatt hours per year. So our goal, if we were to say we were only using photovoltaics to try to achieve net zero, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, our goal would be to offset all that energy over a period of a year. Not all at one time, obviously, but over the period of a year, we could produce 2.4 million kilowatt hours of energy from the PV array to offset everything that you're using. That would be if we were trying to achieve that, the goal of net zero. Okay, so what did our results? So we took all that information and we ran through the analysis, and these are the results. The ground mount, the fixed position, and remember I talked about a fixed position array or the tracking type array. The ground mount fixed position, with the area that we have, we'd predict about 1.4 million kilowatt hours. that we could produce from that array over a year. And just, there's some numbers there for your information, but I believe that 1.4 million kilowatt hours, that's really the number that we want to look at. Now, the 1,020 kilowatt direct current rating does become important here. And again, I will ask the gentleman from FPL to address this a little more, because the restrictions that the Public Service Commission places on us will limit us to the rating of the array in terms of the DC rating. So when we start to talk about net zero, that's going to have an impact on us. Okay, so that's the ground-mounted fixed position. Now, the ground-mounted tracking, just to give you, I wanted to at least give you an idea of how much we're able to improve. With some additional cost, we go to a tracking system. We are then able to produce 1.6 million kilowatt hours per year. So that shows about about 20,000 additional kilowatt hours, if I'm doing that math right, of power that we're able to produce by adding the tracking system. And you'll see in a minute that, of course, there's some additional costs there. The roof-mounted system is going to perform similarly. We're just relocating it to the roof. So, and purely coincidentally, the area that we have on the roof is similar in terms of the usable area. So you'll see the numbers are very similar to the ground mount, and that's purely because of the area that we felt was available there in order to actually mount an array. So the numbers themselves are very similar to the ground mount. All right, cost, financing. We mentioned net metering. Again, I'm going to ask the FPL folks to talk about that a little bit more. One of the things that we take into consideration in this part of the country is the low utility rates are definitely resulting in a longer return on investment here in Florida. And in fact, the utility rates in Southwest Florida are definitely low when you look at even across the entire country. So that, assuming for the most part that the cost of photovoltaics is similar across the entire country, that means the opportunity for you to pay back that system just takes longer. So that, I think, that is a fortunate thing for us, that we pay less for energy, but in terms of getting a better return on investment here, it's definitely longer. We do have an opportunity to take advantage of the sales tax incentive, which is available to us through there is, and my understanding is that we are able to take advantage of the sales tax advantage. Now, the incentive, the other federal and state tax credits we cannot take advantage of because of your tax exempt status. But the sales tax incentive is strictly on the purchase of that system by the contractor. When he purchases that system, he does not have to pay sales tax, and that's a state and a federal incentive. So as I said, the other, our understanding is the other tax credits, both federal, state, and the cost appreciation tax exemptions are not available to you because you are tax exempt, as far as I understand. Yes.
Well, actually, from my understanding from all of our contracts, we end up purchasing the materials for our construction projects.
Oh, so you're purchasing them in advance.
And then
Okay.
and then we get a credit on the project cost.
Okay.
As we purchase the materials, so we don't pay sales tax anyways.
Okay. So I'm
that
certainly
credit-
familiar with that. I completely understand that then. Okay. Okay. So you're seeing that, but you're already seeing it with other products.
Right. So
With
that
other-
would extend our ROI. 'Cause
Yes.
We
Yes. In a
gotta
yes.
back that credit out.
In a sense, it would. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
We also looked at the bill that's currently being considered, the Florida Senate Bill 1290, which there are a number of things there that it's addressing in terms of renewable energy sources. The one I believe in particular that may be something for you to consider in the future, and that's why I noted it as future, is the item that I have below that, which is third-party financing. There are many states that the majority of the systems that are being put in now, especially commercially, they're being done through third-party financing, meaning that other company is actually providing the upfront cost to install the system, and then they're providing you with a portion of that savings that they're seeing through providing the power through the system on your property. Right now, the state of Florida does not allow that third-party option. But again, this bill, which is being considered right now, may give you an opportunity to consider that option. So, we talked about all the things that somewhat make it a little bit of a disadvantage in Florida to put in a system, but these numbers continue to improve. And as I said before, even within 5 years, these numbers will improve. The ground-mounted system at an installed cost of about $1.6 million, and taking that sales tax credit out, well, let me say this: because you're not paying the sales tax at all, then that number, that approximate cost, would remain about the same. In other words, I included the sales tax in the initial estimate, and then I just backed it out. So the number that you're seeing there is going to be about the same that you would pay for the system anyway. About an 18-year payback. Again, we recognize that here in Florida, in particular, with the low utility rates, that we're not, and the somewhat lack of incentives compared to the other parts of the country, the paybacks are still about that. They're improving. They continue to improve, but that is about what you expect. The ground-mounted tracking system is about the same cost. As I said, we're producing more energy. There's a slightly higher cost there because of the tracking system that's involved, but the payback is going to be about the same. The roof-mounted system, a little less cost there because of some expectations we have in terms of the structural support system that's required to install the system on the roof. So there's a little bit shorter payback there, but again, it's still in that range of 16 to 18 years. So, to summarize what we've talked about, the systems continue to see an increased efficiency and reduced costs. The paybacks are still there in that 16 to 18 year range. Considering the performance warranties, what you would expect to see is in after that 16 to 18 years, then you would be seeing a full payback of the system until the end of the life of the system in 25 years. As we talked about before, the low utility rates and lack of incentives in the state of Florida, those are considerations that don't make it quite as cost effective here. As we stated, what we're expecting now for an initial concept of looking at a photovoltaic system on this site, we'd be producing between 1.4 and 1.6 million kilowatts versus what you would expect to use every year, which is about 2.4 million. We wanted to talk a little bit also before I close about the concept of, as I've said several times about the efficiencies and the costs continuing to improve, making your facility solar ready is definitely something that we've continued to talk with other owners, with other public entities about. So put the infrastructure in place to be able to easily come back and install a system. And that infrastructure would just be as much planning sites, planning locations, and planning places that you could place equipment. I also wanted to add one last thing about to kind of reinforce what we talked about in terms of net zero. Net zero, as engineers, we look at net zero over long term. Again, we're looking at being able to utilize renewable energy sources, provide for offsetting that power that you're using over a period of time. And in order to achieve that net zero, this is one part of that. That using photovoltaics would just be one part of that. To achieve net zero, what we would really recommend doing is looking at that overall building. What other types of things, what other types of renewable energy sources, what other types of things could we do in terms of the building system's design to achieve that? And with that, if there's any questions that I can answer at this time, or if
Are there
we're,
any questions from the board? Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you. I have a couple, and I'm still wrapping my head around this idea, so you might have to help me out a couple places.
and I understand there's a lot of material that I covered, so
No, it's super informative, though. I thought I knew a little something about this, and I realized I don't. But, so if the schools, you're projecting that the school's gonna use 2.4 million kilowatts per year. I'll just use the roof, the fixed position on the roof as this example. So this roof mount will provide 1.4, so that's 58% of the electrical needs, right? And what I'm really gonna end up at is the payback, the payback time. So from day one that the system installed, it's going to provide us, for those 16 years during the payback, it'll provide us, well, I'll just use 60 because it's close enough. So it's going to provide us 60% of our electric needs for 16 years. And then essentially, over the last 9 years of the life of the installation, we're still going to need to get 40% of our electric off of the grid from FPL, basically.
yes, the performance does not, that's correct. The performance doesn't change, although what the manufacturers talk about, there is some slight reduction in that performance. So that's why they warrant it for 25 years.
Okay, gotcha. That's what I was getting at.
But you're right, the performance doesn't change after you've paid the system off. It obviously just,
No, but you hit what I was getting at. Like, there's no reduction in efficiency from the array
no.
as time goes on.
No.
Okay.
Now, once you approach that warranty period, so that warranty period is performance. So once you start to exceed that warranty period, then you will start to see some degradation. Yes.
Okay. The other thing, and this might be a better question for FPL, but in the schematics or the basic diagram that you showed us, the one thing that's not there is a battery. And so if, and you can go, or you or FPL can go into the rules around net metering, but would it be cost effective to install a battery system as well? If we're not allowed to sell it back to FPL for market value, would it make sense to install a battery system? If we're not gonna get full value for the electricity that we're creating, should we just store it and keep it for ourselves?
That's a good question. So, and I didn't mention the batteries. That's what I would consider
Green
not necessarily. I'm sorry, what?
Green luxury.
Green luxury? Oh, yes, I guess. I guess in the early years of PV, that would have been considered part of a standalone system. So those remote isolated projects where you need to have power available constantly.
ROI to like 30 years.
Yes, and you have to be able to store it. But I think what I'm hearing is the understanding that in order to put in a significant battery system, significant enough for a large array as you have, the types, and I apologize, I don't have extremely accurate data, but the types of costs we're seeing are in terms of $500 per kilowatt hour.
Astronomical.
So if you take that number and take the 2.4, those are in terms of providing a battery system big enough for this size of an array.
So we'll just take the deal we can get with FPL.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I will, and I will add but the battery technology could really be key to photovoltaics soon. There are companies that are getting much better at producing battery systems for homes. So, and as that technology develops, it will potentially be a good investment. So, yes.
You remember the evacuation for the battery meltdown upstairs, remember?
I do remember.
Okay, Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of the assumptions that are made with respect to the solar energy seem to me to imply that from day one to 25 years, everything is going to work. Sun's going to shine, the angles are going to be right, and we're going to, at best, as Mr. Kennedy pointed out, come up with about 60% of the energy that we need. But where or are there any analyses that encompass the consideration for catastrophes and the liability that attaches? Where's that cost, or is that built into the purchase price? And I'm thinking in Florida, one of the more common catastrophes that we experience would be hurricanes.
So if it's our system, we would have to insure it, we would have to maintain it, and we would have to fix it.
That's fine. My question, though, is while it's out, where do we absorb those costs to? Because that's a school that has 60% of its energy costs dependent on this.
We would be on the grid at that point, and we would have to pay for that power.
Okay, so the question I'm really asking is, are there any allowances in your calculation for the probability of catastrophes? I know we track hurricanes, and I know we know that. So I would like to see, you're saying that we're going to do this works from day one to 25, and nothing goes wrong. And I'm just wondering, over that same 25-year period of time, have you factored in the cost for catastrophic loss? And what does that do to the real cost of doing it? That's the first thing. The second thing is the cost of installing the system.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to work out at around $1.4, $1.6 million. Is that something that we prorate over the life of the project, or is that something that we incorporate into the upfront costs of installing the solar energy?
We would have to pay for it up front, and then as our bills were less each month, that would be less we pay each month. But initially, that investment would be in the capital side.
Okay, so the last question is, then what it appears to me is that solar energy is something that we pay for up front and hope that nothing happens over the next 25 years to take us back from what is our, I'm gonna call, I don't know the words or the language, I'm gonna call it our guaranteed maximum benefit of 60%. So what we start out with is a $1.6 million cost to do this right now, and dealing with the fact that there will be no problems over the next 25 years, but if there are, we're backing away from the 60%. The question is, what is the current value, or the net present value of $1.6 million being invested over the next 16, 14, 18 years? Has that been figured into what we could do better by leaving the system in place, using the electricity, and taking that $1.6 million and investing it and do something else? Because it seems to me that if we use electricity, we build a building and hook the wires up to the grid that's already there. But what I'm hearing you say is that if we use solar, we build a building and build the array and pay for the array up front. So what is the net present value of $1.6 million over 16, has anybody done that, over 16, 18 years? So, because see, when you start talking about what it costs,
We haven't done that economic analysis.
well, you see, when you talk about spending money, you got to do that. You can't just tell me $1.6 million, plop it down, system goes on the day we go into the building, and it runs for 20, 25 years. That's just not real, because we will have spent $1.6 million 25 years ago. So these are just questions that's rolling around in my mind. And I don't want anybody to go out here saying Reverend Golden is against solar. That's not what I'm against. What I'm against is creating problems for future boards, where somebody's gonna come in here 15 years from now and say, you know, this was a good idea at the time, but we've now got wind power. So we're gonna take out all of the solar systems and then put in fans. So that's $1.6 million plus the net present value of that $1.6 million over all of those years. The reason we're here now is because solar has come as an option and an alternative to hooking up to the grid. I'm just trying to figure out whether that's the true economics that's involved for a school system. If I were a private business, that'd be one thing. If I were a private homeowner, because I get the value of that depreciation, and it makes a difference in the value of my home, and it makes a difference on my tax return. I don't have any of those considerations as a school system.
Right, so that's, again, why we wanted to offer up Florida Power and Light to talk about a couple of options they have, so that, again, we're kind of thinking outside of the box, all the options that are available. And they're learning to do solar really well. And so we kind of considered that as well, so.
Okay, well, if FPL has anything to come up and present, then let's do that. And I just want to point out, you know, our schedule says that we were going to conclude this portion at 2. We're 5 minutes to that, so
Can I have 2 minutes?
I'd like to add whatever we can add information-wise. I want to get whatever information we can get, but
Okay.
in the essence of time.
David Heiser with Florida Power and Light, and I always mess up his last name, Jeffrey Zutz.
Zutz.
And they'll talk to you about net metering and a program that's not quite available yet, but might be appealing for us to consider going forward, and that's Solar Together. You just advance it with the arrow.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'll try to be, I guess, quick then with the time running. Again, Jeffrey Zutz with Florida Power and Light. And they got a little bit in on net metering, and it is essentially just connecting with the grid and also using whatever renewable resources, whether it's, well, right now it's just photovoltaic and solar. And there's an agreement that you'd have to come in with depending on the type of tier level you're in. He got into, a lot of this was already actually talked about already, so I can probably skip over at least some of it here. They went over, and he already had a nice diagram laid out just beforehand. So solar comes in, goes to the inverter then goes, either you use the solar or you use the utility, depending on how much usage you have, and then whether the bidirectional meter either goes back out onto the grid or you're coming in from the utility to serve yourself. The bidirectional meter does not, though, tell us how much solar you are producing. Because if you're producing it and using it, we don't know how much you're producing. We just know how much you're taking from the grid or giving back onto it. There's 3 different tiers. Looking at the, I guess, proposal given beforehand, you'd be a tier 3 system over 100 kW. Most of, like you said, the smaller tiers are residential, tier 1s. Tier 2s can get into, medium-sized businesses and maybe some large houses as well. For the tier 3 system, there would be, an application process, an agreement, general liability insurance needed, and that would also go through probably our planning department with the transmission side as well. Because sometimes depending on how large your system is, they want to make sure that it's not putting too much back onto the grid increasing the capacity there that we already are producing ourselves. We do have a net metering website. On there, I recommend anybody, whether you are school board or even an individual customer and thinking about solar, to go in, read the literature on there. Also go under the quick links, which has a net metering guidelines, which will get into more technical information and detail on what is allowed, what isn't allowed. I know they got, you asked about battery storage. That's one of those things where if you do have solar and battery, that when the battery is discharging, you cannot be connected to the grid. The inverter itself should shut off from the grid because you cannot discharge your battery back onto it. And then limitations they brought up, with the PSC and FPL on the size of your array. Most of that wouldn't kind of go in this large of a system because, one, the system proposed wouldn't even offset the total usage, because we have about, over your 12-month history averaged out, and then you can go up 115% of that. So with it being you're only at 55-60%, that wouldn't come into effect. It's more for smaller customers looking to maximize and then go on and possibly sell some back. But the whole net zero is also our kind of idea as well. You want to offset your usage. Some of the frequently asked questions on the website gets into how is it billed each month. You're going to go into what your usage was, how much you produced, is there any credits left over to roll over into the next month, and then at the end of the year, if you have any credits left, then you'd get paid back for that. It shows on where, how does it show the energy on your system produced, how much electricity is sent to the grid, and what is the kWh remaining for future use mean. And some of that is, like I said, it's just month to month. If you're not overproducing, which most schools wouldn't probably have the land to build a system to get net zero. Some might, but those get into large systems. As you see, when the proposal beforehand was only reaching about 60%. So some of this doesn't really pertain as much for you as it would to individual customers or smaller locations. But again, it's just more of, I guess, if there's any questions. A lot of it he went over, which is good. A lot of the technical was gone over. And I know some of the stuff was brought up about PSC limitations and battery storage. And then the size of the system as well, when he brought up about the DC and how that is with those tier levels. Those tiers are based off your array system. So if it's 1,000 watts per panel and you have 10 panels, whatever that size is, that is how we base your tier off of. On the AC side, though, not the DC, and we expect about 15% loss between the DC and the AC. So, and then that's how we determine your tier level. So, and inverters are normally sized to then change that DC to AC, and your inverters can be any type of size. So I know some customers come in and say, my array is this large, but I'm not getting as much, producing as much. And that's because whatever your size your inverter is, that is what your system is going to put back onto for you to use.
Mr. Minor.
Thank you. Could you share with us what schools in Southwest Florida you have an arrangement for, this kind of metering?
I am not the customer advisor for the counties or the school boards. David is now the customer advisor for the Manatee County area. He may know a little bit more on if anybody has any agreements, or he has a program that he was going to briefly talk about that may be interested in solar in a different type of way, though.
To my knowledge, there is no major solar array installed on schools. There's a couple small educational solar arrays installed, and they are set up through net metering, but nothing that is large scale.
Are you familiar with the new high school that opened this last August up in Kissimmee, Osceola, high school? It's about $15 million, and they opened net zero, and it's a beautiful place. Someone, I think maybe, you all mentioned, a lot of it comes down to how you construct it, how you use it, it affects how much energy is being used, and somehow they came up with a very successful formula for being net zero when they opened up. They have solar panels all over the place. I mean, if you have a walkway, it's covered and it has solar panels, all over the place, but it's working. And as far as the kind of the payback, it's almost right off the bat, payback for them. I think it was something, I think like 3 years payback. 5 years. 5 years payback. This is my teleprompter out there, who joined me in taking a trip, up to Kissimmee to, see how they were doing it. And a lot of it reflects the knowledge you're sharing with us about how you go about, putting it up. They have limitations on, they bring in the food. They're not going to be using energy, for, a kitchen, which we normally have in our schools. So that helps a lot. For their athletic teams, they use another, high school, adjacent where, the students participate. It's mainly a technical school, but it really works. It's a cool place. And I just think I felt it was a worth trip for me to find out about it. And I think you learn from other people making the mistakes. And I'm so glad you're here to talk about this, to share what you have. Thank you.
Reverend Golden?
Yes. Is it fair to say that net metering is a service that Florida Power and Light will offer after the decision is made about installing the solar arrays,
Net metering is offered to all our customers.
whether we have solar arrays or not?
Net metering is just for PV systems and PV systems with battery storage, because net metering is basically a bidirectional meter with either you possibly putting stuff back onto the grid, or you using the grid as your power source.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
You
I
won't
wasn't-
need, if you're just having the utility serve you, you won't need a net meter, bidirectional meter. It's a special type of meter that allows you to interact with the grid and either go back and forth.
I'm sorry, I didn't explain myself.
Oh.
I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Net metering is a service that would be offered to the school system that would offset the cost after we install a solar array.
Yes, and once you install the solar array, you would then have the net metering after you go through agreement and the paperwork, and it goes through. You definitely want to go through the process with FPL. Therefore, if you have any more production in solar than usage, it then goes back onto the grid, and
They buy
being
back
able to,
our extra.
you're able to get those credits that could accumulate through the
Okay.
month, and then
I wasn't gonna go there, because I'm trying to go on break, but since you've been so diligent in explaining, what I would like to know is, do you have any figures to show how this offsets the $1.6 million installation cost that the school system would bear up front?
No, I'm not into the construction of the solar part. And each system is built differently, and each location, as he said, is different on depending how much solar radiation you get.
I agree. Thank you, that's a big help.
The other program they have is, I'm sorry,
Okay.
is the Solar Together, where we could cooperate with them and buy into their solar field and get credits for having invested in their solar. It's not approved yet, but I'll let David talk about that a bit.
Yes,
Been
thank you,
presented to us
Jane.
before.
Yes, currently FPL has designed a shared solar program called Solar Together. And in this program, we have filed it with the Public Service Commission, and we are waiting for it to be approved. Obviously, a lot of things that, every program that we issue or everything that we request of the commission has to go through the commission approval process. There's some, obviously, that program could be changed in very different ways. Some things could be accepted, some things could be changed. So right now, we're waiting for the commission to rule on this new program. But basically, this program allows customers that are interested in participating in solar, both the cost and the benefits, without having to invest in a physical asset. So basically, you are coming to us and buying from us, or you're reserving a subscription, a certain block of energy produced by solar.
And you take all the risk.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we build a large array. We're more interested in looking at the economy of scale and working that in our advantage. We build large solar arrays that will benefit not just one customer, but benefit all. It is a voluntary program. It is a first come, first save program. In other words, there's limited capacity on these plants. So again, it is a first come, first serve, or first save, I should say. We currently, prior to implementing, or I should say before we actually went to the commission with this program, we actually opened up a pre-registration to kind of gauge our customers' interest, and we currently have about 200 customers interested in about 1,100 megawatt hours of solar. So we have
How many
a
of
large,
those are school systems?
I'm sorry?
How many of those are school systems?
I don't know offhand how many are school systems, but there are various customers, commercial and governmental, and obviously large retailers also. So, again, this program is not yet available, but the way it works is you basically apply for prescription or subscription of a block of energy, KW, that you use. It could be all of your schools, it could be one of your schools, and then we actually, depending on how that generator works and produces power, we provide you credits on your bill directly from the results of that array. So, again, it's still not approved. We do have, I want to direct you to our website. There is some more information on our website when it comes to the more details of some information on the website, as well as ways for you guys to actually sign up and be aware and be informed of when it's actually be offered. We anticipate sometime possibly March time period when it will be approved, and we will be moving forward with that program.
Mr. Kennedy and Dr. Hopes both have questions.
Yeah, really quick one, if you know, how many megawatt hours is FP&L producing right now with solar?
I don't have that information right offhand. In this program, we are anticipating producing about 1,500 megawatt hours in energy in just this program. Now, that's outside of the bigger scope of some other plants that we're also in building. So,
As of right now. Okay.
yes, and that's about approximately 20 power plants, just strictly solar.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes?
So, and thanks for presenting this, because one of the, not as much of a question, but an observation is, as I've seen this evolve over the years, it appears that in Florida, we're taking more of a regional approach to solar production. Obviously, FPL, I think you've got a large array out east of here. You've got a large one off of I-10. I don't know who has the one on the approach to runway 36 at Tallahassee, but I don't know how the Federal Aviation Administration ever approved that array, but somebody's got a big array right on the approach end of the runway, so when the light hits it and you're trying to land the plane, it blasts you in the eyes. But regardless, That's the one thing I wanted to mention is we are taking more of a regional approach, almost like a co-op pooling of assets to generate solar power. And one way for a district, if we wanted to get involved, is through this program, or we've got a lot of land. We've got a huge vacant field right next to Bayshore High School. I mean, there are probably other ways that are more economically sound approaches to participating. One of the reasons why our energy costs are low is because there's a concerted effort to keep energy costs, low in Florida. But I appreciate you being here because we are spending the public's money. There needs to be an ROI. And I'm getting more comfortable with the fact that we are moving in that direction because I see these large scale arrays, which is a more economically feasible way to create the opportunity for renewable energy production and consumption. So how would you recommend if this board wanted to make a statement, how would we participate in the program which you're anticipating being approved by the Public Services Commission?
I would recommend, obviously, if this is something that you guys want to pursue, to consider as we move forward, as this program is announced and has actually passed, and still we are hopeful that will happen, that if you are interested in getting on board with that, is to get in on those reservations, to figure out what you want to reserve in a subscription. Is it all, or is it a selected few schools, and then make that reservation and move forward with it. So one thing I do like to recommend, and I know the gentleman from TLC said this, is sometimes you overlook opportunities for solar. This is a list of our current rebate incentive programs that we offer to our customers on our business side. And many times there are things within the building itself that can be upgraded to reduce energy and cost that are much less payback, much more quicker return on investments versus comparing them to solar at this point in time. So again, those are some things that we offer. Those are some things you may want to consider, looking at buildings and harvesting some of those areas, those fruits that are easy and quick paybacks. So.
Reverend Golden?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I would simply like to suggest that instead of 2 15-minute breaks so that we might get back on time, that our breaks be reduced to 10 minutes. That'll pick us back up with 10 minutes, and then we can figure out maybe somebody would be less time. That's all. Is that,
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we have gathered all the information that we feel like we need to gather. I don't feel like we've necessarily given the district an answer on how we feel about solar, but I'm not sure that everybody is even on the same page on even what the goal is for solar, is what I'm hearing. So I'm not sure we're going to even get a consensus about solar at this moment.
maybe not, maybe the feeling is simply that we are not yet prepared to take a $1.6 million leap into the capital part of bringing solar into the district, but we do want to explore other options that would give us the same result, and it might free up a little money to get an overhead projector for some people.
Oh
that
my.
might.
Okay, I appreciate all of your time here. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's it.
And with that, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break.
Yes.
If you, Ms. Collins, if you don't mind setting that timer for 10 minutes so that we all know we have 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Me too.
I was out of business cards anyway, and I really needed it, but it's like, are you
Right?
kidding?
That's happened to me. The entire box, like more than once. Okay. We are going to resume, and we are on to construction projects. And I believe this will be led by Ms. Drager.
Hey, welcome back, most everybody. Maybe not.
No, we set a 10-minute
All right.
Mrs. Saunders is in the room. She's just
Okay.
had a great conversation.
So, just to summarize the presentation that I'm going to do for you today, the purpose of this presentation is to inform you all regarding capital construction projects. We've categorized the projects into groups based on the Jacobs Engineering Comprehensive Facility Assessment, the overall condition, some deferred maintenance projects, new need, and school-based and some superintendent requests. So the first group that we're going to cover today is the what I'm calling the high priority. These are the 9 sites that were deemed in poor condition, that is having a facility condition index of 30% or more poor from the Jacobs study. 5 of those are funded and 4 are not funded, and we'll go through those. Group 2 are the funded projects that we have that are currently in process. These are in planning stage, design phase, or construction phase. Some of them you've already seen board items on. Group 3 is the funded projects that have not yet started. This could be due to staff workload, balancing the capital plan, or the fact that it just hasn't, it's in the 5-year plan, but it's in year 4 or year 5. And then group 4 are unfunded projects. So we have some projects with identified need, but without available funding. So group 1, the high priority poor condition. I'm going to do a slide on each one of these, and we will start with WIT. So WIT is an elementary renovation and addition. This school had a poor condition with a 33.3% facility condition index. The status of this is that it's funded. The site work is 90% complete. The new chiller is in place. The building pad has started for the addition. We have a revised GMP that was recently approved by you all, and we're getting ready to start construction soon. I don't think we need to talk much more about that one.
Yes.
Sugg Middle School, that one is going to be a replacement with some added capacity with the Mona Jane Middle prototype, which we just discussed. Sugg had a poor condition with a 33.4% facility condition index. The status of this is that it's funded. The architect and CM contracts we had coming before you last board meeting, but we held off and so that we could wait until the solar presentation was done, and we're in the planning phases. Braden River Middle, renovation and addition. The poor condition was a 30.7.
I'm sorry, Ms. Schrager. I believe
Are we gonna
Dr.
take
Hooks wants
these-
to talk about SUG.
Yeah, are we moving away from SUG?
Sure, we can go back to Sugg.
I would like to go back to SUG. I have some questions.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So, as you recall, you're correct. The board did approve the construction plans and the maximum not to exceed price at the last meeting, correct? I believe, 2 meetings ago,
For Sugg.
right? Oh, I'm not sorry. No, I'm sorry. We're on SUG? No, never mind. I'm on WIT.
Okay.
Did you want to go back to WIT?
She already talked about WIT, so would you like to go back to WIT?
Yeah, when you asked if we wanted to talk about WIT, I did want to talk about WIT.
Oh,
Yeah.
I heard no, I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, I do. This is WIT. Okay.
Go for it.
So, I had a question because when I did go through, as you know, every single page of the plans that were approved, some 100 and something or 200 pages. And I had a few questions. The first thing I noted is those plans were done while I was chair, and I believe those plans were done before we had the results of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission. which dealt with facilities. So there were two things that I noted when I went through the plans that I need some help in understanding. The one is that when I looked at preliminary plans that you shared with us, or at least with me, it referred to a replacement of the existing roofs and roof structures.
Yes.
When I reviewed the plans that this board approved, the new roof is going to be laid over the old roof with brackets attached to the old roof, and the old insulation is going to remain in those buildings. We're merely putting a new metal roof
Correct.
on top of an old metal roof, including the insulation. Now, I know a roofing engineer approved that, but I just need some help in understanding the decision and the reasons for the decision to put a new roof on top of an old metal roof that has had water intrusion and not go down to perhaps what normally you would do is you remove all that insulation and go down to the base. Because I also remember a conversation that one of the reasons why the cost went up on WIT is because when you got into the roof, you realized that there were some structural components to the roof frame or something that weren't there. So I would like, because I don't know. I know a roof engineer approved it, but I'm trying to figure out why 30 years from now we want a 60-year-old roof underneath a 30-year-old roof
So
with the existing insulation still in there when parents have told us about mold and all that kind of stuff.
okay.
That's the
so
first question.
You want to give me all of your questions, or?
The other one's even bigger because coming out of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas report, and I want to say it's the School Board Association of Minnesota or somebody put together some construction guidelines. And because of the assessment of all these school shootings, they don't recommend you having all these outdoor windows that start at 3 feet high and go up to nearly the ceiling and span the whole width of the classroom because they don't want people to be able to see in and shoot through it. And even the new building that's being built on the WIT campus is like the old buildings that were built 30 years ago that have the windows all across the side. So I'm trying to figure out why, after a commission met to go through what happened at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and some of the other school shootings, where we don't want anybody kind of in the line of sight from somebody outside, why we would renovate a new school, keep all those windows, but also build a seventh building exactly like the older buildings with windows all down the side. And so that was the two big issues. One is not putting in an entirely new roof. We're putting a roof on top of an old roof, and we're not getting rid of all the old insulation and replacing it with new materials like are going in the seventh building. So those are the two big ones, Madam Chair.
All right, so I have the team here. Actually, Brian Mabey is the project manager. He was also the project manager for us for the Bashaw and Braden River Elementary. They're the same prototype. This particular roof system was actually deemed to be a better roof system because it offers additional R value because basically you have two roofs. The problem that was structural at Bashaw was the fastening to the concrete structure below, which can be done from the underside. So that will meet the current wind load, which is where we had to be with this. And the roof over is not uncommon in metal roof where you insulate between the old ribs, you put all new plywood on, and then you put a whole brand new metal roof right on top of it. That is what we did at the last two schools, and that is what was recommended.
I don't think the plans called for plywood going on top of it. That's not what I saw on the plans.
It does.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Basically, you're putting,
Can you
You
please
come up to the
this-
podium.
to the microphone?
So we put new insulation between the ribs of the old roof. And then we put plywood down and we fasten it with the current fasteners. And we attach that to the structure. That's the structural component. And there are actually pieces that are called
What?
the hugger pieces.
They're roof hugger pieces. It's a roof hugger assembly. I don't necessarily have all the details of how it works, but it's an additional piece that you have to adhere to the deck, because the deck that's on Witt is a B deck instead of a typical C deck. So it's not as structurally sound as Bashaw or Braden River. So,
But with this hugger system, it gives it rigidity, and
Right.
the added roof on top allows you to not rip the whole entire roof off, and get additional R value and additional including, and it meets the current structural requirements.
the bigger reason we didn't rip the roof off on either one of the other schools or this one is time. Not only time, but then you don't have the elements coming into the building to have to redo it. You basically have a sealed building that you are patching and then rebuilding on top of, and putting in a whole new roof on top of it.
And I think, is Todd still here? Do we have any issues with the Bashaw roof or
Or Braden River.
Braden River, which is even older?
Good afternoon. Both roof systems have been performing satisfactorily from our standpoint, from a maintenance perspective. They're working well.
So I believe I heard the answer to the question was time. Now we're gonna pick up additional R value.
It's more structure, but it's, yes. Time is a bigger concern, just because the biggest, building one, for us to rip the entire roof off and have to redo it, it would take longer than I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take us to do it, but it wouldn't be 3 months, it would be 6 months.
I just am not sure the board was aware that we're leaving the old roof and the old roof structure and the old insulation there, and we're putting a new metal roof on top of the old metal roof. That was surprising to me, because I saw other plans that it was gonna be replaced. To me, replacing it means replacing it, that you take it down to that bare level where you've got dry substrate. And so I'm assuming that you've already gone in and figured out what insulation had water intrusion that's not there anymore. What's the type of metal that the current roof is composed of?
It's steel,
Oh, it's steel. Does steel rust?
sure does.
Yeah, I think maybe after 30 years. I'm sorry. You answered the question. The question is time. Rather than build new buildings, and we don't want to take time to take the old roof off and deal with the structure.
Exposed while it's on.
Okay. All right, so I just want the public to know that we're leaving all that old stuff there, and we're gonna cover it up. But it was approved by a very reputable engineer. I'm not questioning the engineering at all. I just wanted an answer as to why we weren't taking off the old roof, and because everybody was under the impression it's all gonna be a new building. Now, what about the windows in the new building that's being added, and all the windows that are still gonna be in the building? Are we gonna put blinds on them so nobody can see, or?
Absolutely, all the windows get blinds. I mean, we haven't changed our direction to not have windows in schools and to get rid of windows that we
The
have.
windows go down to like child height and then go all the way up. I mean, most of those kids, maybe over 36 inches. The windows start at 36 inches from the floor, I think, in the new buildings as well as the old buildings.
So if it's the desire of the board to not have windows at 36 or 48 or whatever, that's fine. We are doing this the way that we've done the previous schools just like this, the sister schools.
Right, before the results of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas
Right,
Safety
because we
Commission.
started this project 3 years ago.
And okay, so because we started 3 years ago, I just want to make sure.
We just want to get it done.
I understand. The 25 million or whatever it is, I just wanted to make sure everyone understand that we don't recommend that what I have read, the recommendations are not to have windows that compose a majority of the outside walls of schools, but we are doing this because we just want to get it done. And I do want the parents to know, just the parents that are concerned about the water intrusion, all that we're not getting rid of the old insulation. We're going to cover the steel roof up. That's all. I'm finished, Madam Chair.
Reverend Golden.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm looking at this agenda here, at the rate we're going, we're not gonna be able to to do what we said we would come to do. So I'm gonna ask if we have questions and board discussions, that they be at the allotted time on the agenda, and that the people that are coming to make the reports, make their reports, so that we can at least get to the questions. Because this piece by piece, we've talked about 2 schools now. We've got 20 that we're trying to get to by 5 o'clock.
These were valid questions. Thank you.
But there's questions and board discussion at 2:50 to 3:30. That's 40 minutes. And then there's another one, 4:15 to 4:45. That's 30 more minutes. So if we could just have the presentations made and we could write our questions down, then we could do that. Thank you.
We can do it whichever way the board wishes. It does not matter to me. We can either stop and take time to answer the questions now, or we can do it at the end. Either way, the questions are going to be asked. Mr. Kenny, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I guess I'll say it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address the issue of the windows. I hadn't even thought about it, but obviously school security is something that's always in the background for us, and I just want to share an opinion on not the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, but just kind of the overall, I guess what I'll call it is living in fear or operating out of fear, which I don't want this district to fall into, because I can't think of a single school shooting where the shooter was outside shooting through the windows. So the Stoneman Douglas Commission came up with a whole rack of suggestions, but I think we need to operate from a place of schools are open environments that are welcoming to kids and families, and I just don't want us to get caught up in assuming that the worst is going to happen. I know you kind of have to in the insurance business and things like that, but it's just a reminder about the mindset that we as a district operate in. Because or we have these conversations behind closed doors and not in public, because we don't want to instill fear among our families and kids that the school they are on is an unsafe place to be. That's just what crossed my mind from that. So, thank you.
As a parent, I really see multiple points of view, and having a little girl in our school system, and so I really
You know better than me.
I get it, but I do think there is merit in, if there is a possibility to discuss at least in the new building, having taller windows. I would be open to that. I'm not open to no windows, because that sounds like we're building a jail, and I don't want to do that. But if that is a safety concern for us, and that would be something that could help, then I would be in favor of looking into that. And I don't think that would be a really difficult ask for that one building, to see what it would take to redraw some plans for that. I'm not an engineer, so I can't say how difficult that would be, but I don't imagine that would be very difficult, and I think that is a reasonable.
We do try to balance the current code that requires a certain amount of daylighting in every space
Sure.
with the safety and security and the types of glass that we use in windows. So with your permission, I'd like to move on to SUG, because this is an interesting next project, because SUG was built in the 70s and was built without windows, because back then they wanted air conditioning, and air conditioning was cheaper if you didn't have any windows. So that project is funded. We have the architect and construction manager, and we are in the planning phases of that project. Braden River Middle School is a renovation and addition. Again, it was in poor condition with a facility condition index of 30.7. It is funded. The CM and architect have been selected, and their contracts are in process and will be coming to you soon, so that we can start that construction planning.
You're gonna make Reverend Golden mad.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Jane, when was Braden River Middle built?
It was built in 1990.
1990, and it's already at 30.7%.
Yep.
We'll talk.
That's 30 years. I mean, there really hasn't been much done but replacing things that break.
Gotcha.
Okay, but to add to that, I mean, it's 30 years, but we were talking about buildings earlier today that were 50 or 60 years old. And to me, if I'm gonna have to align my goals with addressing the most drastic need, something that's 50 or 60 years old and is truly inefficient and is a health hazard, might take priority to me at this point.
And that's completely, I'm.
I know, I'm just saying,
Sent them
I'm
to you and where we
I'm
are
sharing
with
that with the board. That's. Go on.
Madam Chair, if we're gonna keep changing the rules at every meeting, that makes this exercise an exercise in futility. All of these have come here with a condition index that we agreed upon before, all right? And they have been ranked in the condition of, according to the facility condition index. Now, I'm hearing already, well, the height of the windows, the safety, the parkland commission, all of those are considerations that are to be given as we, or after we determine the priorities. We haven't even established priorities, but that would apply to all of them. I'm sure that there are some other schools that we're gonna come up on where we're gonna have to decide whether to change the height of the windows. But to keep going school by school and coming up with things, because you haven't even gotten to my school yet that I really want to talk about. But seriously, I'm just saying, let's get the information. This is a workshop.
Absolutely.
So if we could just let it go, because I don't want us to come to 5 o'clock, run out of time, and then have to make some decisions about this at the next school board meeting, and then have some of us complain that we haven't discussed it enough.
Exactly. That's why I want to have the discussion while we're doing this, because I don't want us to get to that point where we hit 5 o'clock, we've only had presentations, and we haven't had the opportunity to discuss. That is my point.
And if we're talking about spending $300 million, if we don't have enough time today, we're gonna make time in the future.
I've sat through a lot of workshops where the presentation took an exorbitant amount of time and the board never got a chance to talk, and I want to make sure we have the time to talk.
Okay.
I like doing it as we go through the schools.
Please, go on.
All right, I'll just keep going, and I won't read to you what's on the slide, so I'll allow you more time. Terra Elementary School, this is a renovation and addition. We have started, we advertised for architect and CM, the selection process we've received the RFQs and the selection process is gonna start. School Support Center, it's funded. This is a placeholder budget. We haven't studied this to understand what's really required other than to say, we know this building needs a new roof. This building needs HVAC equipment. It needs controls equipment. It needs lighting equipment. It needs a power upgrade. In doing that, it's gonna need new finishes. We talked about doing that over a lengthy staged phase like we did the PSC so that it's not one large amount at a time. Blackburn Elementary, again, this one is a placeholder. We were waiting to find out what the future of this school would be before we moved forward with anything on this project.
I have one question. What's the age of Blackburn?
I can look that up for you. It has a couple of buildings that are newer, but I think 70s. Is that close enough?
Yeah, no, it's the weirdest layout I've ever seen. So I just
Yes. It was that open concept, let's build round spaces, not uncommon across the state. Actually, the consultant that's here can probably talk to you more about some of that stuff. Oniko Elementary, same thing. This is just a placeholder budget. It is not funded. No work has started. We did about 10 years ago acquire some additional property there in the event that we were going to right size that school on that campus. We bought 2 houses in the back that because it doesn't even have enough space on site for retention. Some of that was caused when State Road 70 was widened and it really affected the overall layout of that school. It had some buildings at the time that weren't old enough to be torn down, so they had to stay, and we added some buildings. So this is again just a placeholder until we really understand what we want to do with that school in that area. Palmasola, same thing. This is just a placeholder based on it being in poor condition. What the future of that school holds is really a conversation for you all to have. And then Hale Middle School, we put this in as an addition renovation. This is a school that, again, is a placeholder until we really understand what we want to do there. So those are the group that we called the worst 9. Those were the 9 facilities that were poor. This next group of projects they're funded and they're in process. So the Ballard Elementary front office, this was a project that was identified by the Chief of Security as a priority. It didn't really have a secure single point of entry. We are about 90% complete with this project, and John Williams, one of the project directors, might be able to say today it's 95%. We actually created a front office there where they'll have to buzz in. The second part of this project will be to provide some security fencing along an area where they have a lot of homeless people in the mornings. The Bayshore High Science Lab renovations, this was to renovate 16 science labs. This one is 95% complete. The furniture is in. And I think Bayshore moved in this week to these spaces, so that was pretty exciting. The next one is the Braden River High rubber track. We had some odd subsurface material, and so we were going to have to take this up, put some fill material in, and put back. This is scheduled to be completed by the summer, correct? Lakewood Ranch High repaint. This was last repainted. Best we can tell, portions of it were repainted in 2004. The paint surface has 0 life expectancy. We're expecting the CM's GMP to you anytime, and this will be a summer 2020 project. Manatee L front office. This was the interior administration area was damaged by fire. The fire and smoke caused the sprinklers to go on, which is great. That's what they're supposed to do. But we have fire damage, smoke damage, and water damage. And so we're working very quickly. We're meeting with the principal on site next week to finalize the floor plan that we have. So moving right along. Dr. Hopes.
Do we have insurance for that?
Yep, we do. Yep. And I did put on here that it's not funded, but will be reimbursed by insurance.
Okay.
And we'll work with them to find out all the documentation they need for reimbursement.
Okay, thank you.
Palmetto High drainage, I did put the short-term project on this list. Once the board gives us the go-ahead, we'll start with the design of that and try to get that done as quickly as possible. The Prine Elementary.
Janet, I think I know the answer. I just want to be clear. So that just over $1 million, that was all 4 items that were on the.
Yes, the construction costs for those totaled $910,000 or something like that.
Thank you.
The next one is the Prine Elementary parking. We have the AENCM under contract, and that's a summer project. This was adding 47 staff parking places as this school has expanded. The PSC renovations, these have been underway since 2017, and we're coming down the home stretch. We're on phase 10 of 10. And if you've been there, it looks really great. We did study the energy efficiency, and we've really gained some, our energy bills are less at this building now by about 20%. We expect that when we're all done, it'll be a little bit more than that.
Madam Chair, what % of the 7.6 million is yet to be encumbered or used? Because we're near the end of that project, correct?
Yes, we are. We are gonna finish and close it out this summer. So on my projections, I have a 2.8 for fiscal year 19-20 and 29,000 for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, so all but about 2.8, 2.9's been spent already in prior years, correct?
And some of that 2.8 has been spent because it's everything from July 1 to probably November was when the
Okay, so
numbers were run.
we really don't need to plan for any more of that in the next capital plan other than the 29,000?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. School Support Center generator, this project is in process. It's about 60% complete. We expect for it to be done this summer. The security fencing, we had phase 1 perimeter fencing. This was identified by the chief of security as a priority. We have 23 sites where we will be doing a combination of perimeter fencing, portals, gates, vehicular gates. We expect the CM guaranteed maximum price to come to you all in February, and work will become coordinated site by site. The design is complete, and we have met with all of the principals, so they know and understand what they're getting, and we've also reviewed those plans with the executive directors. The Southeast High repaint the exterior is really the same as the Lakewood Ranch. The life expectancy is 0, and so this is one that we'll be doing this summer as well. The last one is a 6 classroom wing addition at Willis Elementary. If you can look at the construction, the masonry walls are up, joists are coming. Joists are complete. And the work will be done this summer as well. The next category are funded projects that we haven't started yet. These are the ones that we had been identified through previous years or a current need and just haven't started because they're several years out on the capital plan. So those consist of the Bayshore High track. That's the next one to get the rubber track. Bayshore High, something with their auditorium. This is a placeholder because we're not sure what that looks like. There's some security and courtyard issues that they wanted to address as part of that auditorium project. Bayshore High baseball, softball press box. This was something that was identified as a need as a result of, was it your tour of the, realized that they didn't have one. And so if approved, we could get working on that. A carryover from the Johnson, when we did the Johnson Wakeland, before it was just the Johnson K-8. When we did that, we did the addition for the elementary school. We did the renovation of building 2, which was for the elementary school. We didn't do any renovations for the middle school portion of that. So that would be the gym, building 4, building 5, and building 6. And so this has been on the, excuse me, sorry. This has been on the capital projects, knowing that we needed to address that. When we did the elementary portion, we installed new doors and hardware because we recognized at the time that was something that was really needed. And we did some controls for the whole campus, but we didn't go in and renovate any of the middle school spaces. Lakewood Ranch High addition is on year 5.
Mr. Minor.
Yeah, regarding Lakewood Ranch High School addition, all right, are we doing anything about the auditorium? That, you know, it's below, if you go down front, it's below ground level. And they've had a lot of concerns about mold emanating from that fact.
We've fixed that. It hasn't been,
Okay.
a couple years it has not.
Okay, we're all set with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So there's two projects at Lakewood Ranch that are kind of on our radar, and the one is the addition, which in the current plan is would start in fiscal year 23-24. Manatee High, the home stadium seating. Again, this was a placeholder, haven't done a design, don't know the issues. It's very close to the street, so I'm not sure we could replace it in the current format, so that scope is yet to be decided. Palmview K-8, we are adding a half gym for the middle school piece that's now at that school. At the next board meeting, we have the architects and construction managers' contracts for your approval. Seabreeze drainage, a couple of years ago, we studied this school as a result of some neighbors having drainage issues, and that has just been a placeholder. We and maintenance have done some repairs and don't believe it's as bad as it has been, but we left it on the radar because it had been funded. And then Southeast High, the rubber tracks, that would be the last school to get the rubber track. And then the last category is unfunded projects. So Braden River High has a couple of things. They do not have group restrooms in the cafeteria. They do not have a visitor concession, and their campus near their ag program has all the old UF, we call them the old UF buildings, so we have taken them out of our inventory because they're not usable. We've just been waiting to have a project there to tear those down. Again, that is a placeholder because none of those have been designed. Freedom Elementary Addition, this is one that was added to the list in an effort to keep from building another new school in that area, adding some wing additions. Freedom Elementary covered walks, that's been on the list. King Middle covered walks has been on there. Lakewood Ranch High, this is the field house. This was a placeholder. At one time, it was like a multi-purpose area. One time, it was a PE area. So again, that scope needs to be developed. Manatee Technical College, the firing range and driving pad have been a placeholder for quite some time. I believe they're looking for a property for that. And then Manatee Technical College adult education, again, placeholder for that. Matsky Support Center, expanding the transportation office. Nolan Middle School addition. Again, this is the same, putting wings in order to keep building a new school in those areas a little further out in the plan. And then I did put the Palmetto High, the long range, replacing those buildings. And security fencing phase 2, I think this will involve looking at all the campuses that we didn't do in phase 1 and finding out what's necessary for that. And then Tillman Elementary, converting their full service center to classrooms, and I believe right now maintenance is looking at that conversion. So just to summarize, the total funded projects are $216,057,065. This does not include the 3 new schools that we just finished, so I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that. The total unfunded is $142 million. Again, I put the asterisk here on this slide because many of those are placeholders and just, general ideas. I also wanted to clarify that this does not include items that I feel are necessary for a comprehensive capital plan, such as new schools or additions that we haven't listed. Property acquisition for future schools and sites. Schools and sites that are currently in the below average condition from the Jacobs study, which in 5 years could very well be in the poor condition, and we had 14 of those schools. Adding solar or other renewable energy sources, retrofitting or building facilities to be enhanced hurricane protection areas, which we know is an addition. Emergency projects like chiller failures or weather-generated projects, and then maintenance, IT, transportation, projects and equipment, debt service, which will be a part of Heather's presentation. My presentation was really just on the construction piece.
Reverend Golden.
Yes. Even though the total unfunded projects are not included in your report, do you have an idea as to what they are and what they would cost?
I have the total unfunded on that slide listed at $142,075,075.
You said it does not include the following items necessary.
Yeah, because I don't know when we would need new schools or additions that we haven't listed. A lot of that is dependent on growth.
Some of these, we do have some costs for that Ms. Jenkins will go over. The maintenance, IT, transportation, equipment, as well as the debt service and transfers. Those are dollar figures that Ms. Jenkins will provide you, but the other type things that the unknowns we don't, but those at the bottom, we do have what those regular costs are that we do have each year to keep up with those departments.
I know we don't know, but we just put this community through a very traumatic experience again with renewing and rezoning and so what I'm trying to see is where do we take the time and have the discussion about the direction that we would like for the district to go. I know we don't have any crystal balls here, but we have a lot of intelligent people that can tell us growth shows this, and the growth patterns show that, and school costs. I just remember we had an intense discussion here a few months back about the fact that we were relying on school construction costs that were based on a model of several years ago. And so I'm wanting us to start thinking about those factors now, so that when it gets to the point of us having to make a decision, we won't be surprised, we won't be blindsided, we won't be misunderstanding. That's all I'm trying to see, because if you tell me that these items here add another $100 million, that's a big difference than if they only add another 10 million.
Well, I can tell you, Reverend Golden, that in the projects that she's listed with unfunded as well as a few of the funded, we've added wings in many areas to be strategic, to buy us time so that we're not building a whole comprehensive school. So I do believe if we do the things that we've listed with the wings, that conversation of a new school probably will not need to occur for at least 5 years. But we can go ahead and anticipate the areas, because we know, based on our growth span, that after that point, there probably is going to need to be a direct conversation in some areas. But if we do the wings that she's listed, whether they're funded or not funded, it will stabilize and accommodate the growth that we're anticipating.
So,
We'd love to do a presentation for you on the long-range plan based on, we do, in our department, Amy Anderson is here. She reviews all of the applications, all of the permit applications. And so we can provide you with graphics that says this many permits were approved in this area, this many permits have been approved in this area, so that you all can start thinking long-term, where are we going to need additional schools and how long will that be?
and in addition to that, even more pertinent to the issue of short-term planning, is that if there are wings here, rather than just we want the wing, this wing will help us to deal with not having to change zones.
Correct.
So
That is correct.
I'm more wanting to get rationale
Okay.
in terms of why we are prioritizing these like we are. And if her presentation is ended, is that because the first thing on my mind is I'm looking here at unfunded projects. Palmetto High School, long-range drainage, $25 million, and we just said, you know, at the earlier part of this workshop, that we want that to be a part of what we consider Group 1, is that what it is? Urgent needs, but 30 years of what a high priority for a condition. So now we're looking at, instead of 1 million there at Palmetto High School that we already have, we're looking at 20-something million already. So that shifts that funded from unfunded, I guess.
Right, so I just wanted to end with, my portion with, I believe, and I put on here, our next steps would be to receive your input and direction.
Thank you.
Then validate the scope and the budget based on the desired prioritized projects, particularly if those projects are listed as a placeholder right now. We would develop a detailed scope and come up with real numbers. Then revise our capital plan, our 5-year work plan, and our capacity plan, and then do another board workshop to make sure that we captured your desires. And then we would begin working on those projects and continue to obtain board approval as the work commences like we do normally. And then I would suggest that maybe we consider an annual board workshop before All of that goes to DOE on October 1st. So maybe we back it up a couple of months and we do something in June. We get your input, we can adjust it so that we're ready in August or September to present and then not have to change each year. That would be and then any other suggestions that you have for us for developing and communicating the capital plan. In my case, the construction capital plan, but overall, all those other pieces that we talked about.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Minor has been waiting.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned about drainage. I mean, we have spent a lot of time concerned about drainage over at Palmetto, High School. And I think that's a result of not planning for drainage over, decades. Building a new building, takes away, land where maybe, water would naturally drain. But after a while, we ran out of enough drainage going through. And as far as topography goes, the only schools I think that I have a little bit of knowledge with is based upon the boundary and topography reports that I saw, are Witt and Sugg. At the same time, I'm not aware of drainage studies at our other schools. And we just kind of, we're going to put up another building here and whatever, but it does affect the drainage, and the cumulative effect of not really understanding it is evident with all the problems we've had with Palmetto. And I guess my question is, when are we going to take, drainage more seriously when we examine, projects? Because whenever we add another building or another wing, it does affect drainage. What I would expect of such a plan is, okay, we can expect, based upon a 5-year, study of, rain coming down and all that, that this amount of water is going to, come in to, the land that we own for the schools, and we have capacity, for, dealing with it, this way and that way, how much of that we're able to capably deal with. I haven't ever seen a report like that, and I think it's appropriate that we do.
We have to have them.
What?
On our new projects, we have to have them.
Okay, well, I haven't seen any, that report, such a report. Okay.
We can certainly get you them.
Okay, well, that would be wonderful.
It is a requirement for Swift Mud. It is a requirement for the Manatee County, and it is a requirement of the building official. I mean, it's
1980, right?
Yeah, it is a requirement.
Okay, now, I thought I just understood that the superintendent said that such a report, the amount of, rainfall coming in or water coming in and how we're dealing with it has been something required since 1980?
Yes.
Did I hear her correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem like we've dealt with that report very well since 1980, and I've never seen any such report.
In what way? I don't.
Well, I'm going to point to Palmetto High School and that campus.
And again, we said that part of the problem is that the original campus was built in the 60s before there were requirements to do that. But now there are. We have to retain all of our water that we generate on site for a certain period of time.
Okay, well, I've never seen that report, and I think all board members and the public ought to have it,
Sure.
easily available. And I wonder, I said my review of the topography of Sugg and Witt, they're basically, flat lands. And, but we're going to have less area, at least with Witt, for, absorbing, water around that campus.
Let me talk about Witt for a minute.
Sure.
Keep in mind, we purchased the 6 acres in the back of that property. That's all new, and it's almost all impervious, or pervious. It's play fields and it's floodplain. So we have created a lot of retention on that site that wasn't there before.
Well, it was.
And we added a lot of.
It just wasn't owned by us before.
Yeah, but we developed it. We bought it. We filled it so that it's at a good elevation. We created the 100, if you look at slide number, well, the WIT
My point
slide.
is, even before we bought it, it was a runoff area for water on our lands. Isn't that correct?
No, we aren't allowed to just run off into other people's land. Our areas were contained on WIT. It was built in the 90s. We had to keep our water on our site for a certain period of time before it discharged into the system. We obtained those additional areas for playfield, for retention, and for additional queuing. And those calculations that you referenced were done by the civil engineer. I mean, it's a requirement. We have to do it.
Okay. I'm gonna move on. Dr. Hopes, you're signed up to speak.
Jane, I want to thank you because I see that at least these projects that are funded, you've updated the cost figures since we went through it. Which ones, if any, have not been updated based on our current cost knowledge?
All the ones that are noted as placeholders in
Okay.
parentheses on the unfunded, and that was more for just not understanding clearly the scope, how many classrooms, how big, where it would go, that type of thing. So on the unfunded, it's those listed as placeholders.
Okay, perfect.
I do have a couple in the funded that are noted as placeholders, but those have been updated.
Okay. Right. So only those projects that are in the unfunded where you've noted in brackets that it's a placeholder?
Yes.
That the others have been updated based on what we learned with our current construction projects?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Reverend
That
Golden.
made finance quite unhappy yesterday.
It's reality though, right? That's what we're shooting for. And I guess the other question, what's the timing on the rubber track for Southeast? Because I will tell you, I've been on that track a number of times, and it is like probably in the worst condition of like, Mr. Minor and I wouldn't even want to run on that track when we were younger.
That one is, I think, in 2021.
That far out?
So I believe that's where it is in the current plan.
Okay.
We did one a year.
I know.
And
Right.
and they were ranked by worst to the best, so it was in better shape than some of the other
others?
ones.
Okay, because it's
Yeah,
really
Braden
bad.
Rivers was not usable because it had these areas where it had cracked and created such an elevation differential that it was deemed a trip hazard.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Reverend Golden.
Yes, please make sure that on your slide, your report, that we reflect Building 5, which was left off.
I did make a note of that earlier,
Okay.
yeah. All right.
So to kind of work on your next steps that you gave us, I think that she's hoping to receive board input and direction in order to move forward. What I have heard from some board members is a respect for the facility index study where the schools that were ranked as poor should be a priority. And what I have also heard from the board is that, as we discussed earlier today, Palmetto High's drainage issue should be added to that urgent need. Am I understanding the board correctly in the next steps? Dr. Hopes?
I'd like to add to that, because this affects Lakewood Ranch as well, because I would say any school that is over capacity, even after we have rezoned them, and schools that are still relying on portable classrooms, where I believe we told the taxpayers 16 years ago when they passed the 0.5% tax, that we weren't gonna have any more portables. So what I would add to that with regards to a priority list is those schools that are over capacity today, and we do not have a plan other than construction to bring them under that threshold. And those schools that are still relying on portables, when a decade and a half ago, we told the voters, now that we've also renewed that tax another time, and we still have portables, that we have a plan to eliminate the dependence on portables in those, school sites.
Then,
I-
that would be the wings that we've already identified. I think we've already identified with the wings on her unfunded areas to pretty much take care of that as well as the growth.
Except for Lakewood Ranch is
It's
on
on
there,
there.
but it's not, but it's
Funded.
pushed out to like
But-
2023 or 2024.
But I think what she's saying is if you're rank serving priority, you're saying put that, when you're having to decide, put that up in a higher need decisions.
I'm saying, I'd like that included, when we're saying,
Included.
okay, these categories are priorities. Obviously, those facilities that have a rating that is below what we would call our district-wide standard, as well as schools that are currently operating at capacity, and we have already attempted to reduce the student population by rezoning, and we still haven't solved the problem. And those schools that are relying on portables to address the problem, which I think would incorporate Lakewood Ranch as well.
I would like to add that Lakewood Ranch is funded for an addition. Unfortunately, the rezoning was not as successful as we had hoped.
So
And
we need to move it up.
because of that, the addition has become more difficult to even build. Correct?
It is.
With the prior strategy.
Okay. I don't know any other strategy, but if you have another one, I'm open to it because they are busting at the seams and I would like to solve that problem as quickly as possible. And it is funded. That is already there.
But it's like
We have already set aside, we
5
already said
years
we
out.
got it.
How many years out?
It's only that far out because they have no way to make it happen
we
because
have
there's so
some
many
other
kids
priorities.
here.
Let's get innovative.
I would love that. So just to recap, what I'm hearing is we have priorities of making sure that there is capacity in the right places, that we want to make sure that we work and to fix the poor schools, and we want to make sure that the drainage issue at Palmetto High is addressed. Am I correct in stating that? Reverend Golden?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, but there is another aspect of this long-term planning that I hope we will also address, and that is the fact that we can't get it all done with the dollar sources that we have now. And so we need to start preparing the community for the fact that we've got to add additional dollars. Well, I don't know whether it's additional millage or however it comes, that we're going to be not able to do all of this with the sales tax dollars that we've got.
Once we have a plan, we'll know what we need.
We will be discussing some of those options today.
All right, I'm saying that I don't want the public to be misled into thinking that all of the things we would like to do can be done within the physical capacity that we now enjoy. That we've got to make some other choices in the future about where the money comes from to maintain this level of quality that we'd like to see, or to achieve this level of quality that we'd like to see in the school system. And I think that's as much a part of the long-range planning as what we're talking about doing with the money that we do have,
Is that next?
given the priorities that we need.
So, a consultant first.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are giving clear direction. So the expectation is that we have said what our priorities are going to be, and that you will come back and you will present with our
Present day and forecasted cost.
our expectations, our priorities, a new revised plan. And with that, my question is, I'm looking at the agenda for the 28th. And there are projects listed on the agenda for the 28th that may not fit into what we have just said.
I think they do.
I don't think they all do. I think some, perhaps, perhaps not.
But we can go back, we will definitely, when we're finished today, we will go back and because we've not posted our agenda yet. So if anything doesn't match the conversation, it will be altered before our agenda is posted.
That is my request.
Yes.
Okay.
What I would like to ask is that I'll do an executive summary so that before I spend a lot of time, I'll make sure I've captured everything and I'll send it to Kathy and make sure that you all weigh in and you got that right, add this, we didn't talk about that, and then I'll do it based on that.
Okay.
Fair
thank
enough?
you.
Now I'd like to introduce Scott Stegall. He's with Stegall and Associates. This is he was brought to us as a construction expert. Doug, where Dr. Vogel?
Through fads.
Through fads. Okay. He came in and took a look at what we do, and he's got a report here to share with you.
Good afternoon. I was tasked to look at your projects relative to other projects throughout the state on construction programs. And before I get into the actual data and the numbers, I'd like to just kind of touch a little bit what affects those. So there's really, in construction planning, especially in public schools, DOE, they look at two terminology pieces of a project. There's a project cost and a construction cost. The project being the overall cost. That's going to include your furniture, fixtures, surveys, everything. Everything it's going to take to build that school. Your construction cost would obviously be your bricks and mortar, building the school. So just in general, there's some percentages that groups work with to set up these budgets, and I've listed some of the percentages here. Design fees usually run 5 to 8%, and you can work these either way. You can work from the construction cost and work up, or you can interpolate from the project cost. Planning and administrative expenses, that would be any surveys you have to do. You mentioned topography, you want to do site surveys, make sure you get a grading and drainage plan, testing, permitting, project management, legal fees perhaps, utilities, fees, some fees for county and other jurisdictions. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment, that's pretty self-explanatory. That runs 10 to 12% of the project cost. If it's a high technology campus, it's going to be a little bit on the higher side. Land acquisition, that may be applicable. Maybe it's a project that you've got to go out and buy a site and purchase a site for it. And then last but not least, your construction expenses. And those typically run around 80% of your total project cost. What impacts the cost of a construction project? You know, this probably sounds basic, but it really is the physical size. Are you building 300,000 square feet or are you building 40,000 square feet? Obviously, the 300,000 one's going to cost a lot more. But that really comes into play in what I'm going to get into next when we talk about the metrics of how do you compare these things. Project scope, what materials are you going to use? The old adage is, do you want a Ford or do you want a Cadillac? Obviously, you're going to pay more for a Cadillac than you are for a Ford. They both accomplish the same end result, though. But perhaps maybe finishes are going to be a little bit more upgraded. Maybe they'll cost more. So those are cost impacts. Complexity and schedule. A lot of people really kind of forget this. If a project takes 3 years, it's going to cost more than a project takes 1 year. Employees are out on site, you have trailers set up, you have mobilization, all those costs. The complexity of a project, and this usually applies on occupied campuses where you run into this, where you have to phase it and just stretch it out over time. And then last but not least is the market conditions. What's everybody else paying for this? What are they paying for brick? What are they paying for concrete? You know, if those costs increase, obviously they're going to increase on a construction project. Okay, the metrics to look at this. You know, everybody tends to look at construction projects from a total cost. You know, that was $26 million. This was, you know, that school was $90 million. That school was $24 million. The industry and what I like to look at, and it was interesting because, and I said this in the notes, EDR did an audit a few years ago of how the state looks at construction cost comparisons. And over the years, the legislature has really tried to look at cost per student station. that's not a good metric of what construction costs. I mean, it's like saying, my car can carry 6 people, so what's the cost per person of that car? Well, it's apples and oranges, if you will. So in the audit, they did recommend DOE. I'm not sure they've gotten there yet. Again, a lot of this is legislatively driven, but to start looking at a good metric for construction cost comparisons. Those being cost per square foot. The real estate industry works that way. The construction industry works that way. When they look at a project and they want to compare this project to that project, they want to compare a portion of the project, they look at cost per square foot. The cost per square foot is also a good metric to use in your budgeting for future forecasting. If a project costs $250 a square foot today, you're seeing a 10% increase in cost of market conditions. You make a linear extrapolation and you can forecast that in the future. And as you update your capital improvement plan, you take those factors in as well. I talked about construction cost per student station. It is a metric that can be used. It's not a good metric to really, if you're trying to compare your projects to other places. Let's look at some of the data real quick. I didn't generate the data, so I'm not going to defend it, but it is from DOE. They do take cost construction from all school districts every year. As they complete project, they fill out a DOE Form 208 and submit all this information to Tallahassee. It's dissected more for legislative responses when the legislature wants to know, like hurricane shelters, how much are those costing? So there are breakouts of all these numbers. But the important thing that I'd like to point out in here is trends. When I look at cost data over time, you want to see what's going on in the trend. How's it increasing per year? You can start digging down in the weeds, like the cost of the elementary schools and how much they change over a period of time. But I took this, and in green is the average for all K through 12 schools that were reported into DOE. Interestingly enough, you'll notice on high school in 2015, I guess nobody was building a high school. And it's interesting because you look at your own district, they're probably every 15 years, maybe a brand new high school, depending upon growth, obviously. But what you'll see here is that there's been about a 30%, over this time period, about a 30% increase in the cost of construction. And that's what I have seen pretty much throughout the state, that it's about a 10% per year cost growth for construction. Interestingly enough, too, I also put, and all this is on DOE's website. Now, they're huge spreadsheets that you got to dig into. But the cost for post-secondary education. A lot of people, and I know I've over the years heard this quite often, well, the universities are building at this cost, blah, blah, blah. So I threw in those numbers for classroom additions only at the university level for community college or the state colleges and the universities, public universities. And you can kind of see where those fall into relative to public school construction. And then last but not least, where do you compare? Well, here's a number of projects, and it was interesting you brought up Osceola's NeoCity, because I had heard a presentation on that last summer at FEFPA that was really interesting. So I dug into that project as well, just to see where these numbers shake out at. And you can see for the 4 projects for Manatee County, we looked at Parish Community High School, which was recently completed. And all these, I should say, are like within the last year or two. A lot of them, in fact, are under construction currently. But you'll see the average is, I believe, around $260 a square foot. And again, that's construction. And that also includes the site development. You can break that number out, too, and do it on an acreage basis. But you'll see that these are all basically in line because they're all over. Obviously, in the more urban areas, you're seeing higher cost of construction. A little less urban areas, it's probably going to be a little bit less. I did point out one project. In fact, it's just getting started. On the far right, there's a Crooms AOIT. It's Academy of Information Technology. It's a gymnasium. In fact, it's the gymnasium that was built at Parish Community High School. districts, and rightfully so, use a lot of prototypes from other districts because that does keep your design fees down. But you can see when you're building just a gymnasium, how that kind of compares to the overall average of a school in general, because that gym is going to be typically a higher cost per square foot number. The additions are in blue. The unit cost at the top of their bar charts are in blue. So those are projects that are basically additions. Interesting thing about additions is that they usually don't have a lot of massive site development, unless they're at the lowest elevation of the site. Then they'll probably have quite a bit of site development. But the rest are new schools, actually greenfield construction projects. And then just kind of some closing observations. The costs statewide have basically been going up about 10% per year. Will that continue on? Obviously, that's going to be dependent upon the economy, cost of commodities, everything definitely weighs into that. But because of those changes, you do have to adjust your capital improvement plans. The numbers that you put together 5 years ago need to be adjusted, for those market conditions. Again, your district's construction cost data is consistent with other cost districts throughout the state. And it's because people compete. They compete for work. You award to a general contractor, construction manager. They're going out and bidding all the numbers for the subcontractors. So there's competition in pricing those numbers. And then last but not least, establishing the project size and scope as early in the planning process is really critical in getting a good budget number. The scope, I can't stress that enough, that price is going to be dependent upon what you want. So if you can determine as soon as possible what you want, that's when you can get a good price put together. So.
Are there any questions? Dr. Hopes?
Yeah, are there, I see the trend of the 10% per year. Are there current projections with regards to increasing construction costs over the next 5 years?
They're saying it's going to stay fairly steady. The one thing that is a little bit of concern are the commodity costs, obviously fuel, the cost of materials. Are they going to be affected by tariffs? All those factors play in. But I would say if you at least plan on a 10% per year increase in your numbers and putting your numbers together, you should be pretty safe. I mean, we may have some adverse reaction, drives the numbers down. I have not, everyone thought back in 2008 after the recession, the numbers would start to drop. They never did. They just kept going up. I mean, years ago, these schools were built at half the cost.
Reverend Golden?
Have you noticed any spike in construction costs as a consequence of the legislation that has been proposed supposedly to make our schools safer and more secure?
It is a cost impact, but I don't believe, it's going to depend upon what that's going to require. In other words, are you going to do fencing? Are you going to do impact-resistant glazing? But at this point, that hasn't been a critical element. Now, EHPAs, or the hurricane shelters,
Yes, sir.
that's kind of the same thing too. To what scope do you want to do that? Do you want to just do it in the common areas, the cafeteria, the gymnasium? You want the whole campus to be hardened? Because that would drive that price too. But it will have a cost impact. But I think it's going to depend upon what actually is required.
But that's not statistically.
Not yet. It's starting to play in because I know a lot of school districts are starting to do more. Actually, they're incorporating their design features into the, I guess the word is, the areas that aren't visible. Like you were saying with the windows, that there's a portion of the classroom where students can be brought in where they're not visible. Door locks. A lot of districts are starting to go to security lock systems, and those do have costs.
Well, you know what? I'm not probably very subtle in terms of. I'm just trying to figure out why in 2015, it cost $5 million to do what now it's gonna cost $5,600,000. Is it the furniture and the equipment? Is it the construction? Is it the regulations? Or is it just that you need to build schools and I can build them and I can charge you 10% of an increase each year?
No, well, that's the budget piece, you know, how do you plan? Because
Right.
it's gonna cost what it's gonna cost.
Okay,
But, you know, and that was, again, what I said earlier. Everyone thought that after the recession of '08, we'd start seeing a decline in the numbers, but it never materialized. Because, you know, price of fuel kept going up. Materials, you know, concrete, what used to run $55 a cubic yard, now is $120, $150 a cubic yard. It's just,
can you give us any help other than just the average budget increase of 10%? How do we get better at predicting?
it's an excellent question.
Thank you.
I,
Thank you very much.
a couple of things. One, not only break down these costs per square footage
Yes.
by the school, you want to go into the detail of what did the mechanical cost per square foot? What did the electrical? Because that'll start allowing you to say, well, gee, we're going to do a solar package on this school. We need to make sure the electrical number has that covered in it. So you can start picking those pieces. And when a project's envisioned, is to look at how big is it going to be. You can start putting those numbers together. You're going to put, with additions, are they 18 classrooms? Are they 10 classrooms? And then start working into those dollars per square foot numbers. And then each year, you go back and revisit it. Maybe over the course of that year, and I'll just pull this out as an example, you decided to go from 10 classrooms to 14 classrooms. That's going to have a major impact on your project budget. But you can do that using the cost per square foot model by knowing it's going to add that much square
But
footage.
let me pick up on something that I hear Dr. Hopes talk about a lot. Maybe even more helpful than just the square foot per project model. What I'm hearing you say is that maybe I want to be looking at the square foot per system, where it's AC, yeah.
Because a lot of your projects are very specific. They might be an HVAC remodeling at a school. So, you know, that's where you're really going to want to drill on the cost.
That would help us in dealing with our contractors, because we could then compare apples to apples, that this contractor's AC bid is.
I used to do that when I was working with Dr. Vogel. I used to do that all the time, constantly pulling all my CM numbers, looking at the percentage of what they were for the project total cost and the cost per square.
So my last question would be, in terms of construction, just general construction, what would be, I guess, the largest costs per system? I'm not a construction person, so I don't, is it the masonry? Is it the air conditioning? Is it the plumbing? Is it the electrical? What 5, 6, 8 systems could we analyze and compare as between contractors to find out whether we're getting ripped off or not? I'll just say it like that. Well, because
the industry puts numbers together by those systems. It goes through it's called CSI master format.
Okay.
And they look at, and basically those are how the bid packages are obtained. You know, you're going to get your finishes are in one division, your concretes in another division. And if you're getting that data right now in your GMPs, your construction managers are giving you that breakdown with their guaranteed maximum price. Take that number, start throwing the square footage to it, you'll start seeing the dollar per square foot, that mechanical system. And you're going to find, going back to your original question, that your MEP is a big chunk of the cost. Your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Your structural systems, depending upon whether you do concrete masonry, tilt wall construction, there's all those places too. Tilt wall has some advantages. It cuts down some of the scheduling time. But there's, those are your big pieces, just off the top of my head.
The reason this becomes important to me is because we take a lot of grief from the changes that take place in initial bids and final bids, and why was it predicted that this was going to cost this much and it wound up costing that much? And I think it makes a lot of sense to be able to say, because the square foot cost of the air conditioning units went up.
Sure.
Okay.
Copper's a commodity. It affects your electrical number big time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for my education.
Mr. Minor.
Okay, you talked about Neo City, and I think it brings up an important factor when we have these, cost of schools. The theory of Neo City is that, money in construction, putting in all this solar panel, is more than paid back through savings in operation. It's capital money to reduce operation money. And so I think that, judging any school district or any school by, okay, this is the cost, it's really the cost of operation that's equally important, and that's not in here.
Yeah, the total life cycle cost.
Yeah, the life cycle, that's what I'm getting.
Definitely important. You
So-
want to factor that in. And look at those costs. I mean, on all your projects, when you're moving on forward a project in the preliminary design, have your engineers study those things.
Yeah.
Give us a total cost of investment.
Obviously, I'm a great fan of Neo City. But,
Yeah, Mark Clinch and I were.
I
in the
gave
Navy
it away.
together,
Okay.
so.
Okay, I don't think I'm hearing any other further questions. I just have a comment. I really appreciate you doing this and being here and giving us this information. It helps illuminate that our construction department is working really hard to get us the very best prices. And I think I'd like to reiterate what Reverend Golden has said about finding a way to get the best price, or the most, I can't say best,
Value for the dollar.
accurate. I know, I'm looking even for accuracy, because that is our hardest thing is, and I think that's what has happened time and time again, at least on my time here, is, there's a projected price and then it always ends up being more, or what happened with WIT was we were already one or two phases into the project, and then we're told, hey, it's going to be a lot more, and finding ways for us to mitigate that so that we can make sure that we can tackle as many projects as possible is, I think, a goal that we all share.
When you know those costs up front, you can make choices. I mean, it all comes down
Right.
to choices.
Exactly. So is there a way to, other than assuming, it sounds as if your thought process would be more, you just need to assume it's going to be 10% more or whatever.
Well, currently, I mean, it's a dynamic situation. I mean, the cost depending upon how the economy reacts in the next 2 years, may flatline a little bit. They may, commodities may go crazy again. And I mean, a lot of times when the contractors see these price increases, they'll get a notice from a concrete company and say, effective January 1st, our prices are increasing 15%. So, but no, you want to look at trends, you want to consider what's out there in the future, and then you go back and make those adjustments in your original assumptions, because it's a dynamic, it's constantly changing. And unfortunately, especially in a 5 and a 10-year program, people get very fixed on those original numbers, but they do vary year to year.
Well, and I really want to give our construction team credit, because if you go back and you look at, I believe it was Suggs' contract as compared to Mona Jane's contract, and I looked at them side by side, and there were a lot of fees that actually, even though that had happened years ago, stayed the same. And there were some subcontractors and other companies that did go up, but some did be able to maintain. And hearing how much it does go up, that's a great thing to hear, I'm sorry, Dr. Hopes.
Well, I think, and I appreciate you spending time with us and your preparatory work, but I think that the key takeaway, which is one of the reasons why we're having this conversation in a workshop is this last bullet point. Establishing project size and scope as early as possible in the planning and budgeting process is critical in establishing realistic project baseline budgets. And that goes to incorporating the strategic plan, incorporating the academic programs that are going to be in the school, and a collaboration across the various departments in the district, including, the forecasted, operating costs during the life cycle of the building. And I think a lot of the projects that we've seen in the past few years, the planning was done a number of years ago. It wasn't necessarily updated with regards to the academic mission that was going to be deployed, and the fact of adding things along the way, because all of these change orders are expensive, and it explodes the preliminary budget. And that's why these types of workshops, regardless of how long it takes us, in bringing in the expertise to help inform us, so that we approach it from a team with the board, getting all the information we can absorb and working with the administration and across the various departments, so that when we plan a project, when we talk about, like we have done with Palmetto, that we all have an opportunity to lend whatever insight we can, so that the planning is done on the front end, and when you minimize those surprises, because that's why in this new year, this new decade, I believe it's important for us to approach these projects from an entire organizational perspective, and not necessarily be pressured by time constraints, which may be arbitrary. Whatever time it takes in an efficient and effective way to do the planning, and ensure that each of us as individuals are getting what we expect out of these projects, and then price them out, cost them out with all the available data. And as you have seen by the pattern, that's why we've gotten the engineering studies on the existing building, so we have all of that data, various engineering studies to address problems and lend solutions. So I really appreciate the superintendent and Doug and the team for putting all this together, because this is important. I mean, this is the way we're going to be able to face the public and have well thought out these projects. So we're not trying to explain why a project is 40, 50, 60% more than they thought it was going to be 10 years ago. So thank you. Thank you for the time, and I commend the administration and the finance folks for putting this together. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, guys, in the essence of time, I'm just going to continue to move forward. If anybody needs to take a break, you're welcome to get up, or would you like to call a break?
Let's keep going.
Keep going. Okay. Then let's move forward with our 5-year capital plan budget.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, staff, and community. Today we're going to go over a quick presentation of our 5-year capital plan so that you guys can get a better idea. We're going to start out today with a brief overview of our current capital plan. This slide shows our total revenues, our total project costs. We broke them up into construction, maintenance, countywide technology, equipment, transfers, debt service, and total expense. Our reserve for future school projects with our current capital plan as it exists now. And then at the bottom, there's something I want to point out. Our reserve for capacity projects or impact fees is a large portion of the reserve that we have for future projects going forward. The one thing about impact fees is you can only use those for capacity or increasing student stations. The reserve for non-capacity projects, as you see in 1920, is at 31 million. It's decent. Next year it goes down to 1.4, and then we recover in 2022 to 23 with 17 million. Based on the information that you've seen from Jane, we went ahead and included that information in our presentation as well and sorted it so that you are able to see those items highlighted in blue are funded. Those that have an asterisk beside them, there's a prior year project total, which we've listed in the notes. We provided detail before, but I have that again if you'd like to see it again. And those in gray are those that are not currently funded in our capital plan at this point. The next, I won't go over each one individually unless you have questions. The next couple slides highlight this information as well. We go all the way down to Terra and WIT, and you can see the amounts that we have budgeted for each year. So when you get to slide 6, looking at these expenses, if we add in just the items that Jane spoke with you about today, this doesn't include the 14 she mentioned or anything that would come up going down that path again. Our total expenses would exceed our total revenues. Therefore, we don't have enough funding to do all the projects that you were shown today. So hypothetically, if we did, this year we'd have a $38 million reserve for future projects. Next year in year 2, it would be 15.6 in the negative. We're 94 million short in year 3 and 136 million short in year 4.
Are these cumulative amounts?
Yes.
So the shift then goes from 38 positive to 15 negative in a year.
Yes, that's because if you were to expend all the funds, this year if we have 38 million, that becomes your beginning fund balance, what you start with. So that plus all your new revenue plus all your new expense equals your ending fund balance. So that's where that number comes from. So if we used what we end with in 1920, did all the projects Jane mentioned, which are in that column, we would end with, we don't have enough.
So over the year, there'll be a $50 million shift.
Yes. If we add all those projects in, which we aren't doing right now.
No, but the number that we need to work with is the $50 million shift, not just the fact that we got 38 million now and we'll be 15 million in the hole. What I'm hearing you say is that between the year 1 and year 2, there's gonna be a $50 million shift downward in available funding.
Only if we add in all of the projects mentioned, but yes.
Okay, but that is what we are called upon to do, to decide which of those projects we are going to not fund.
Yes, sir. If you add them all in, you would be in the deficit.
Then I want to ask you one other question. So if we get no additional revenues except the ones that we've got coming in now, by the time we get to fiscal year 23-24, we will have had a $142 million downward shift.
Yes.
In other words, that would be 5 years from now. I want to say it plainly. 5 years from now, there will be a $142 million shortfall for capital purposes if we do nothing.
It won't be, it's a shift in total money, but the shortfall is only gonna be 104.
$104 million.
But it's swinging from a 38 positive to a
So
104 decimal.
over the
If you
5
funded all those projects.
over the 5-year period, if we funded all of these projects and had no additional sources of revenue, we would be $142 million.
What I'm telling you is based on our current revenue, we cannot afford to do these projects
That's-
unless we look at additional options.
Okay.
You could probably do some. You could reprioritize, or you can look at additional options, which we're going to show you right after I'm done speaking.
Okay.
Our next slide, again, it shows you our total, we put it all together so you could see it, our total revenue with the projects broken down by construction, maintenance, countywide, technology, and then it shows our reserve for school projects, and that's the number we just discussed. Slide 8 breaks that down into our what belongs in impact fees and what is the funding for our other non-capacity programs and projects. So you can see here that even in year 1 of 1920, 10 million of that reserve is in impact fees, which means it could only be used for capacity. And then finally, just as a snapshot, this is a shot of our unfunded projects so that you could see them all together. So after, if you all have any questions, I can answer those, but we also have with us today Laura Howe, who's with PFM. She is, they are our financial advisors, and she's going to go over our position, the position of the district, and what some funding options are if the board were to choose to take that route.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. I hope I can answer any questions that you have. Feel free to stop me as we go along as well. So just to start off, I wanted to just give you a brief market update because obviously if you're considering borrowing, what's happening in the market is very important. So the gist of this slide is that rates are near all-time historic lows on the long end. So if you're borrowing, you would likely be doing for new money financings out 20 years or so. So it's very attractive rates. You'll see the chart on your left-hand side. The dots that are in red is where we are currently. So on the front end of the curve, it has picked up some, but on the back end of the curve, it is still near historic lows. This next slide on slide 4 shows you spreads, which is basically what goes on top your credit spread. So sort of like your credit score, depending on how great your credit score is, it impacts your interest rate. So this would be the spread that would be added on to your interest rate. And they have been trending down as well. They've been narrowing and tightening. So on top of historic low rates, the spreads have also been decreasing as well. So if you're looking to borrow, it's a good time to do so, just to start off with that. We'll go through the summary of your debt outstanding just to refresh you as to what you guys have. You currently have in your certificates of participation outstanding a very low debt burden. You have only 0.44 mils out of the available 1.5 mils that the state allows for capital outlay usage to cover your maximum annual debt service, which occurs in 2020, and that's 17.6 million. And you see in the chart below in 2021, it's about the same and then starts to drop down where you're at 14 million out through 29 and then steps down again in 2030 and is expiring in 2031. At the bottom, you just see all of the different series that are outstanding, the final maturities that they're coming through, what was originally issued, what you currently have outstanding, and then the call dates as well, which is something that we do monitor. The next callable series is the series 2015. That's on January 1st, 2023. And as we cannot do advanced refundings anymore, as it gets closer to that call date, or if they revise it, we'll obviously look for options if there's any opportunity to refund for savings on that. On the next slide is your sales tax summary. So in last year, you guys received 31.1 million in sales tax revenues. Of that, 12.6 million was utilized to pay for the debt service in the Series 2017 issuance, which equates to 2.4 times coverage, which is good. So that means you still have the yellow bar there is all your excess revenues, which you utilize for pay-go funds.
Utilize for what?
For pay-go, so pay-as-you-go. So all these projects, if you had more of those revenues, you wouldn't be in the deficit, Heather was just saying. So on slide 8 is the refundings, just to do a summary as well, that the district has been proactive in monitoring this and making sure they've been taking opportunities. The cash flow savings from the refundings that have been done since 2012 is over 15 million. So they've done a great job making sure that those opportunities have been utilized. And slide 9 is your ratings history, just to refresh. Through the years there were some difficulties, but the district has worked really hard to increase this back. A lot of that is due to the improved capital, the budget, and the finance position. They do note that it's improved, but it's still narrow, so they would like to see that continue to increase. The large and growing tax base is a very positive thing for you all. The low debt burden and pension burdens is also mentioned. I don't want that, that's something that we can get into a deep, detailed discussion about what specifically, if there is things that you want to finance, how much you could finance without impacting your current ratings, or have that become a negative thing as well. So just know that while that is there, we want to point that out to you. There's conversations that we can have to know where that threshold is, to make sure that that doesn't become a negative for you guys. And then your improved budgeting practices as well, and the operating surpluses. Those are all positives that they've been noticing. So we'll go into the capacity analysis, and I just want to start by saying this is not an issue of whether you guys have money, it's an issue of whether you want to borrow the money. You definitely have capacity on both of your revenue sources. We'll get into that. So this kind of becomes a policy decision of if you want to borrow and how much you want to borrow. Like I said, if it becomes to that point, we'll come back with detailed analysis of structures that we think would be optimal for you guys, as well as how much you could potentially go to while keeping your credit scores in a positive position. So as it's been discussed here today, up to $390 million of capital needs over the next 5 years have been identified. And based on this, the need to accelerate has been recognized. So the summary we just did are your two funding options, or certificates of participation. We do recommend no more than 25 years. You technically could borrow for 30. Our recommendation is no more than 25 for the useful life of those assets. The district, though, has historically been a little bit more conservative and only done 20 years, so we would likely keep in line with that as well if we were doing that as your maximum final maturity. And then your sales tax revenue is another option that you could borrow against if those are approved under the referendum of projects that could be financed. And the maximum length, the sales tax expires in 2032, so the debt would need to mature in 2032 as well to be lined up with that. So we'll start with the certificates of participation. I have 2 slides on this just to show you. Like I said, you guys are at 0.44 mils. This is showing if you went up to 0.75 mils for a 20-year financing again. In the wrapped scenario, what that means, if you look at the graphic in the bottom, you have your current debt service in the tan bars. The wrapped is the blue. And what that does is it maximizes up to the maximum amount to 0.75 of how many dollars you could get. That does increase interest, but it also maximizes the revenues. So if you'll see across the top, you level out then at 30 million. So it keeps it level across and wraps around your current debt service, so you have level. As opposed to the level scenario, which is that yellow line there, that would be issuing new debt service. That's level. So you would have level principal and interest payments, and so you'll see it kind of follows your current step down, how that goes. The difference between those two, the wrap scenario, you could fund 319 million of projects, the level only 183. Both this takes you up to your maximum annual debt service payments at the 0.75. So in the wrapped, you'd be at that. Assuming property values did not rise, you would be at that 0.75 through maturity. If it rises, then that would drop. The level, you would be at your 0.75 in 2021, and then it would start to stagger down. Again, that's assuming property values don't move. So in both situations, your MADS is at 30 million, like I said. The level peaks there and drops down. The wrapped stays there. And in both situations, based on the current revenues you're receiving, you would still have $30 million available from your 1.5 capital outlay millage that would be utilized that you could use for PAYGO funds as well. this is something, and I'll flip to the next slide, which shows you if you went to 1 mil, but I want to say for this really quickly, this is when I say if you do decide to finance and go with certificates of participation, we would whittle this down to find the best solution. Maybe not go out a full 20 years in your financing, come to some sort of, maybe bump it up to like 20 or 25 million where you're out there and wrap it, but bring it forward. So those are all things that we can get into with you guys to show you sort of the options that are doing a lot of school districts right now. The debt does this, it steps down and it drops off. So instead of going out as far, we've been taking the opportunity to kind of shorten it up, but still keep the debt service low at a very manageable, conservative level. So those are all discussions that we can have if the decision is to finance. So on slide 13 is the up to 1 mils. So again, the same scenario of wrapped being maxed out the whole time and level stepping down. And the wrapped scenario would bring you to 467 million of project funds, the level at 330. And again, these are discussions we would have. We would likely, and based on the need that's there, we wouldn't recommend going up to 1 mil on this, probably keep it much lower than that. And keep it more conservative, since that has been how you guys have been trending more recently. And based on this, your MADs would be 40 million, the wrapped would stay at that, the level scenario would peak and then drop, and that would leave you with 20 million of millage dollars available for PAYGO funds. So on slide 14 is the sales tax revenue capacity. Like I had said, you guys are at 2.4 times coverage based on the sales tax collection revenues from 2019. Based on this, you could go up to 84 million of project funds, and that's at 1.5 times bond coverage, which is required in the resolution under the additional bonds test. And again, this is something that if you're looking at utilizing sales tax revenues, we could discuss, potential credit rating impact on the sales tax, and if those projects are in the sales tax resolution. So I'll pause really quick on that before I get to the last slide to see if there's any questions on any of that.
I have one.
Reverend Golden.
And this is because I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Go for it.
Okay. Is there any benefit to leveraging the sales tax revenue to participate in the certificate of participation program to get the additional revenue? I guess what I'm really wanting to do is to leverage.
So are you saying if you would issue certificates of participation but use sales tax dollars to pay for it, or?
Yes.
You can do that.
That's, well, I guess that wasn't so stupid. Okay. So, so why would I'm looking back at what I just heard from our finance officer saying over the next several years, we're needing to come up with $100 and some odd million to do the things that we know we need to do. Not even get ahead, just to not fall further behind. We've got buildings that are so old. So why, I'm just trying to figure out, why would I choose one or the other when I can use them both to get me where we really need to be and be done with it by 2032? Is that what it is?
And you could always structure your certificates of participation not to be out past that. Those are things that we could look at to keep a shorter final maturity. One of the things for consideration is if your sales tax revenue, what the referendum approved the projects for. So they have to be under the approved project list that the voters said you can use these dollars for these projects. So that's where bond counsel will get in, dive in, figure out with facilities and finance if those projects you can legally utilize sales tax revenues to pay for that debt. It also sometimes depends on the ratings. So depending on what your sales tax rating is or your certificates of participation rating, one might be more favorable than the other in the market. So you might get a more attractive interest rate on one versus the other.
But what I'm hearing you say is that first we have to develop a philosophy. in terms of what we want to see done in this school district.
Right, so you would come and say you say we want to borrow $50 million, what are our options? So we would then run the analysis with the revenues available and come back and present to you multiple options on how you could potentially finance that and what we might think is the best idea. Right now, we are just looking at your capacity, so the maximum that you could do. Once the decision is made on how much you want to accelerate and finance for now, that's where we'll kind of dive into a deeper look into this and figure out the options for you and potentials to borrow.
But it does begin with us.
We could always do scenarios for you. Say you wanted to look at 50 million, 75, 100 million. We could always run those for you to give you, if that helps make a decision, to get a better idea of what that would look like in your debt.
I think the first thing we want to do is get some numbers from our construction people that mesh with what we think we want to do. But I think I understand what you're saying. So that can be done. You can leverage the sales tax revenue to purchase to use certificate of participation. What are they? Debentures? What are they? What are these? They're bonds, is it?
Bonds, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's right. So we can do that. The question is whether we want to mortgage the future, because it would be from now 21 to 32, 11 years.
Correct.
But in the next 11 years, we could easily absorb $101 million worth of capital projects.
It sounds like it, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is there ever an instance that a school district or whomever would borrow this money and then, while holding the money, be able to invest it and make more than what the interest rate is that we'd be paying?
So you cannot make more than the interest rate. There are IRS rules on that. You could make up to, with interest rates dropping to borrow. They've also been dropping to invest. So there are arbitrage rules, though, that you would need to make sure that you're in line with. But you could invest until the proceeds are spent, but it couldn't be more than you borrowed for.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll wrap up with this, and I just wanted to bring up a type of, we talked about traditional long-term debt financing options, and I wanted to just discuss with you revenue anticipation notes, which I know the district had utilized in the past. These are interim short-term financing options. You issue it for 1 year maturity, but it's extendable for 4 additional 1-year periods. So 5 years in total. You have to roll it every year. With that, though, you would be potentially taking on interest rate, and then at the end of 5 years, you would have to pay it off. So it's saying you're anticipating revenues to come in, but we don't have the revenues yet, but we want to do these projects now, so that's what you do these notes for. They cannot exceed 25% of the prior year's ad valorem operating revenue. They're eligible for probably any of the projects that you're looking at on here. So just wanted to say this is an option that's available for you all as well, but there is the interest rate risk if you're rolling it every year for 5 years. What's going to happen over 5 years? So that was the end of my presentation. So if there's any other questions.
What is the term of our, getting tax-free money and investing it and getting, interest on, it's pretty much illegal.
So there's positive arbitrage and negative arbitrage.
Negative
So-
arbitrage, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we try to avoid that. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. I'm not advocating, I just forgot that term that we need to forget. Okay.
What kind of timeline is required for these transactions to come into being? I mean, do we vote? Do we have to publish? Do we have to have a public hearing? How do we, so I'm inclined to believe that the path of these revenue anticipation, that's highly politically charged. And given the political environment, we don't want to keep visiting this every year. I think that the sentiment is going to be that we have to do something by the time we enter into the next fiscal year. Make some decisions as to the direction we'd like to see the district go.
So typically for any of the financing, any of these options, we like to give about 3 months. We can always expedite that if needed. If project costs are already in line, you know that information. This comes back to the board obviously for approval as well to do the rating if it's publicly offered. That is put out there for those, and there's that notice that's provided as well. So typically we say just on average 3 months.
I might be on the downside of this in the future, but I'm really not in favor of doing this in general. Just because I think if you look at what we're looking at in the future, we are, I think, selling the future short doing this. That's just my 2 cents on it. Like I said, I might be on the downside of that. I think there were times where it was necessary when the need was very strong to build 3 new schools because we really desperately needed the capacity. And without a doubt, I think we have a lot of projects that we need to tackle, but I think that we can tackle them by prioritizing. And I think if we do this, then you're kicking a can down the road once again because you're getting a large amount of cash now, but we're going to be hurting future boards because they're going to have less cash in the future. And that is my hesitancy. And you know, like I said, I could be on the downside of that, and that's totally fine too. I support whatever this board decides to do, but I just want to put that out there.
Well, Madam Chair, since I brought the issue up, I agree with you 100% that is a potential outcome. But I think that a worse outcome would be for us to be where we have seen ourselves as we've approached the current state of the school system, where we have all of these schools that are at 30%, and coming up, we got a bunch more in the next 5 years that's gonna, and so what I'm trying to deal with is the same thing you're trying to deal with, making sure that future boards have the capital stock to work with in the county. We've just said that we want to do $25 million on a new school in Palmetto. If we don't do something, the unrestricted amount of money that we have is only $26 million. So we could put all of that into Manatee, into Palmetto. And so I'm asking us to do the heavy lifting now in terms of relying on our construction services people, relying on our financing people to see if we can craft a way to get to 2032, which is a whole nother, that's 5 years longer than our current long-range planning. And that's not enough. We've just went through 2 rezonings or redistricting. We have been kicking the can down the road. That's the whole deal. And unless all of a sudden we become Pasadena or one of these rich communities where the prices skyrocket and we get many more tax dollars, or folks start coming in here, and we get Disney World to locate down here, and then we have sales tax revenues that go up tremendously. So at some point, we're going to have to consider leveraging. That's all I'm saying. If we're going to get all that we need, not even all that we want, just all that we need. That's all.
My only point is the lean years that we are experiencing is based on past debt that we took on. That is my point, and I don't want to do that more.
No, I agree with it. I'm
And
not,
that's kicking the can down the road because you're creating more lean years in the future rather than facing what we have now, planning and doing what we need to do so that that doesn't continue to happen for future boards. That is my only point. And like I said, it could be on the downside of it. That's totally fine. Dr. Hopes has signed up to speak. Go for it.
I like your thinking, because as I was pondering sort of like the span of generations up here, I was prepared to have a different conversation with you. But I think based on what I have heard today, first of all, we still have room to reorder our priorities and deal with some of these issues which are a little bit more urgent. Having traveled in a number of districts, I got to tell you, in our region, our district from a physical plant perspective is in great shape compared to Hillsborough County and Pinellas County and some of the others. I, at least where I am in sort of my life cycle, as you know, when I got on the board, I was looking at being, I talked about number one in both our student success, but also in our fiscal effectiveness, which includes how you spend the money, and to be the number one district in the state. The number one district in the state, I do believe we need facilities that are attractive to both educators, but as well as very effective learning environments. But the reason why we're in the situation we're in and where we have this capacity is at least for the time I've been on this board has made very difficult decisions to shore up our financial solvency. And we already have a 5-year capital plan that spends over $500 million in the next 5 years, and we maintain a very healthy bottom line. And as I sort of prepared to get my head around it, because we're looking at increased construction cost, and there's a cost to that for those projects that need to be done over the next 5 to 10 years. And we're looking at a low cost of money, a very low cost of money. But we have a number of questions that we'll need to answer again. You were on the board when we were coming off of a period where we actually bonded money. We borrowed money before we were ready to spend it, and then we had bond covenants that required spending it before we had these new schools going online into construction. So that wasn't great capital planning, and that created some expense. And we still have some debt that's like at 5% interest, which is our cost of 5%, which kind of nauseates me. But I think that before we make a decision to incur more debt, we need to go through the exercise of reprioritizing these projects, clearly aligning our capital spending with a strategic plan that is still in process. Because as I look at some of these projects, I can already look where we can push 1 or 2 of these projects out without a negative impact on the student or academic performance to be able to fund Palmetto. And so I again commend the administration, because really in a period of 4.5 hours, we have gotten an incredible amount of information with which to further think through these decisions. And I really commend the chairman, because I was looking at where she is and her family, and probably is kind of like at the beginning. Many of us have children that are either out of college or soon to be out of college, and she's already thinking about the board that will eventually follow us. And when I look at our debt structure and look at hitting 2031, and we almost have nothing in the way of debt, it's pretty impressive for a district that has the number of facilities we have in the condition that they are, because they're not, well, we have a few that we're going to make some tough decisions on, but we do have a plan. And so I think that I appreciate understanding what our capacity is, what we expect the cost of that money to be, and I would say only in a situation where we identified that these are priorities in order to meet our academic mission, and we don't have enough cash flow to cover it, and that we can actually contract with those that will actually build it in the time that we anticipate building it, and that number balances out that it's the right financial decision. We're not there yet, and so I'm not willing to say, hey, I'm ready to go borrow money. I was willing to listen, but I like the position we're in. I like the fact that we're already talking about spending over $130 million a year practically for the next, couple of years, and maintain a very, very strong financial position, because God forbid we go back to like 2008 or 2009, where the economy is looking very different. But we can expect it to slow down a little bit, but I think we're in a high growth mode. We have a lot of construction going on, and that's gonna boost our revenue base. So I think that, again, I appreciate the content of today, and I wanna commend everybody, because it looks like we can create a lot of jobs in the next few years with the money that we have, and continue our trajectory to bring all of our facilities up. So regardless where you go to school in Manatee County, you've got a great, a great building to learn in. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion? Mr. Minor?
Well, my feeling emotionally is agree with the chair. And we don't want to bankrupt the future because of, spending that really we can't afford. At the same time, we also have to realize there are sometimes we can't afford not to, spend things. And I think that this district, for the last 5 years has done a really, really, really great job of balancing, depth with need. And that is reflected in the accelerated improvement in our bond ratings, how the market says this is a responsible district in terms of borrowing money, using money, and with the debt. It's kind of like, do you wait until you have the money to buy a home? No, you mortgage. You use debt wisely, for benefits. And none of the things that we're talking about is something wasteful. There's benefit to our bond rating, to our community in investing in projects. These schools add to the attractiveness of our community, improve, the value of properties in our district, improve how people are willing to not only come here and buy here and all of this. It has a real tangible benefit by our investing borrowed money, to make this a better community. And I don't think we, should ignore the blessing of borrowing, as long as it's done in a responsible manner, which we have demonstrated objectively to those who evaluate us, has been a really good thing. But we have to watch it, and I praise the chair for saying, we've got to be, sensitive. We're not selling out the future, we're helping to build the future as well. So thank you very much.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I just need clarification.
Sure.
I hear two things. Number one, I am going to email Kathy based on the agenda, preliminary agenda we saw for the 28th. What items, based on our conversation, should move forward. The number two, schedule another workshop based on the priorities that I heard today to adjust the 5-year capital plan based on the monies we have. And then show what would have been on there out of the high need of what was discussed. If it won't fit on the 5-year, how much that would be remaining. So, and the priorities I had were the top 9 schools on the facility study, the Palmetto High School long-term drainage and short-term solution. And then after that, wings that have excessive capacity with portables sustaining that campus.
I just want to point out that the short-term plan is already funded,
Right.
but yes, I think that's my understanding.
Yeah,
Mr.
funded.
Kennedy.
Funded but not started, so we might be.
Right, funded but not started.
Get
And
that
I
done.
want to, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to throw into that list that I think, I never said it out loud, but Dr. Hopes did, is that where there are overcrowding issues and we need
Right.
additions, I think we should bump Lakewood Ranch High School to the top of.
Right,
this.
yeah,
So,
right.
and then I have something to add at the end, but I'll let you finish.
No, that, I just wanted to make sure I had an understanding so we know what next steps. So, because some of you had seen some of our preliminary for construction, we were gonna get clarification before we posted. So I'll send that to those of you that have already had a briefing, so you can weigh in yes or no. And then we'll schedule another workshop. The 28th is already full, so it'll probably be in February. Would you like it to be on a day that's not on a board meeting? I could just have a separate, it won't need to be 5 hours, but a span of time.
I preferred this. I don't know how everyone else felt, but for me, having this not on a board meeting day is nice because
Not as taxing.
I feel like more time to really discuss. And even though we had a schedule, I felt like we had much more time than we did when we have it before a board. Plus, when
This
we
was a
have
groundbreaking workshop.
when we had
Chair.
oh, look at you, that pun
But the
intended.
anticipation's killing me. Wait,
So-
what Charlie's gonna say next, though.
So it'll be not on a board meeting day, but it'll be first or second week of February, not on a board day, and we'll work on the date for that.
Okay.
Can I add one thing to her list?
Okay.
With the approval of the board. But at the, I mean, you finished off with basically, we're gonna have a list of, here's the projects we wanna do, here's the money we have, and here's the money we don't have for what we wanna do on this list.
Right.
And then the next step would be, what are our options, what are our borrowing options on that?
Okay. And we can take the preliminary information she gave, and then from there, we will know what next steps we should go down to talk about based on that workshop. And I think from that workshop, we're gonna need rank and order.
Right.
Regardless, whether you're borrowing or not, we're gonna need rank and order.
I feel like we kind of gave rank and order, but
Well, of what we have money for right now, but what we don't have money for.
I get you. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Reverend Golden.
Yeah, because I'm a little confused. The priority, all of the funded projects that we have money to do. Because I don't understand how we have all of the Group 2 projects funded projects in process, and yet, under our high priority, poor conditions, there are at least 4 that are not funded, and we're getting ready to add, by our own consideration here today, another $25 million under, which is now part of the unfunded projects, it's part of the unfunded, long-term, what is it, I'm sorry. I'm
It was
looking.
unfunded projects.
Yeah, the Palmetto long-term unfunded, why can't I find it?
It's on Project 4, and I'll answer that, Reverend Golden, because the board now has a different philosophy. And we will change our capital planning decisions and our projects based on this conversation.
Okay, and I simply want to try to include in the conversation that the door not be slammed shut to the possibility that we may have to get more money than we've got from existing revenue sources.
Absolutely.
I like what Brother Minor said, Reverend Minor, Attorney Minor. I like what Attorney Minor said. I'm sorry. I like what Attorney Minor said about responsible, the use of responsible debt. I mean, I would love to have, you know, a platinum card. They won't give me one. You understand? But if I had one, I would use it responsibly. I wouldn't have one and then not use it just because I've got A1 credit and don't need to. That's the only thing I don't want to close our minds to, the possibility that to get to 2032, with everything we need to get done, not just what we want, that we may have to borrow some money.
I think you'll have a better, clear vision after the next workshop.
Because I sympathize with the chair, but I don't think the problem was in the borrowing of the money as much as it was in the failure to deal with the costs as early as we could have and should have in a proper way. And so people come to this point disappointed, frustrated. And I understand that, but that still doesn't take away the need. We still got another generation to prepare for. And I don't want to take anything off the table. That's all. Thank you.
And I think we've concluded our topics. It's time for public comment.
Yes.
My computer's not open.
First was Mayor Bryant. I think she,
I can comment for her.
okay.
She wanted to convey her appreciation of the board for the consideration and taking swift action. Even though she recognized, and I think it was stated at the very beginning, I believe Mr. Penley said it very well, this problem didn't just begin. It's been in existence for a long time, but the fact that the board acknowledged and the board is going to take action, she's greatly appreciative.
Wonderful. Mr. Giuliano was next, and then Dale Goulden.
Welcome back. Did you register as a group when you signed up for
Yes, I
public
did.
comment?
Yes, I did.
Knock yourself out.
Glenn Giuliano, taxpayer and community activist. Can we hear me all right? Okay. So the first thing I wanted to address was I had a lot of questions for the solar guy and also for the architect. So I would like this board to consider, at least in the future, that when a presentation is done, that the public would have an opportunity to cross-examine or to rebut some of the facts, particularly the solar guy brought up. I had brought in a solar expert here, who'd been in the business for 35 years, thinking he would be here till 2 o'clock, bringing his testimony and rebut some of the things that were said, but that didn't happen. Or you have the architect and the solar guy hang around for 5 hours so I can ask them the questions that I needed to ask them. So that's a consideration that I think needs to be tweaked. It's unfair to me. Those guys get the bolt as soon as they're done. I can't ask them the questions I want. You can't answer them, but they could answer them. So I just think it's not fair for the public to come here to want their questions answered when they can't be answered because they've bolted and I've been here 5 hours. That's my 2 cents on that.
Glenn, real quick, we don't normally do this, but I'll be happy to, if you get the questions to me, I can get them to the superintendent and we can get them answered for you.
I know, but I like to ask the guy that did it. So one of the things on Snug is that when I was looking at the overhead view, he was bringing up the roof and he was bringing up the grass area. He was talking about tearing out trees. Now, the rest of the nation, the rest of the industry, the first thing they want to do is make sure that they can get the biggest bang for the buck. And one of the biggest bangs for the buck in solar and where to place them are carports. So I went up to him. I said, you got acres of parking with no trees you have to rip out. With, you don't have to go up on roofs to maintain it. You can get to it with a step ladder. And I said, why wasn't there a proposal in there for carports like standard in the industry? I didn't think of that. Well, if you didn't think of that, and he's an expert, I got a problem with his testimony. I have a problem with the 18-year payback because by my numbers, and the numbers that Mr. Minor and I went to, 9 to 12 years tops. So his statement was flawed, because if I have a 100-watt panel and it's giving me $10 a month, and at the end of the year, I mean $10 a year, in 10 years, that's paid off. You know, I don't care if you got a cafeteria or the bill's higher, that's a 10-year payback. He didn't bring up one. I said, where did you get those numbers? Did you bring one FP&L bill to substantiate that payback? He couldn't answer it. I'm a numbers guy. You know, I'm in the numbers. I know what needs to be done. And his statements were flawed. His presentation was flawed. And the carport should have been a red herring to this whole board, because I send you cutting edge stuff all the time. Hopes, portables, get rid of them. I agree. If they got good bones, though, we're going to refurbish them and put them into 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
Affordable housing.
Charlie knows. So that's one thing you need to do. I'll take all you want to dump, believe me. On the Palmetto High, you know, I didn't hear anything about the roof runoff, where the rainwater goes there. I didn't hear anything about rainwater catchment systems. I didn't hear anything about, where that water's going to go from the roof. I mean, I didn't hear much about swales. You know, he came up with some good ideas. I think expanding the pond, digging it out is great. But my thing is, if a storm's coming, get a big pump and start pumping that thing to Terracea, so when the rain does come down at 40,000 gallons a minute, you'll have the capacity, because you've already pumped that out. A couple hours either way is not going to make any difference. So if a storm's coming, and by the way, we get 56 inches of rain here. We have different microclimates from St. Peter, even Sarasota. I will tell you this, that not one drop of rainwater leaves my property. I've got an above ground pool that drip feeds all my plants over the next week. You need a rainwater catchment system at the high school. I mean, you got an ag program there. You can reuse that water down the road. I mean, there's plenty of other different options. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Glenn.
Dale Goulden.
He was the solar expert. He had to leave.
Okay. Well, then, if there's no further comments, I will adjourn our workshop. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Good work. Good work.
Have a great weekend, sir.
Thank you, Mitchell.